Hey guys, it's PokeDude here with Misaki, and welcome back to Song of Saya. We should probably be able to finish the game today, if the estimate I was given for its length is correct. I took a look at the CG library. I can't show it for obvious reasons, but we do have well over half of the CGs, so should be done within 4 hours easily. Alright, so let's go for it. Oops, that's okay. It's small enough that YouTube can't pick it up. um, it was the second quick save, though. Let's see. Oh, right, yeah. So he had just pushed his friend down the well. I feel great. The same feeling that you get when the last piece of a difficult puzzle slides smoothly into place. I've killed a man, and no one will ever know. It's a long way back to civilization. Oh, sorry to interrupt real quick, but by the way, I got curious about the GPS thing. So this game came out in 2003, which so GPSs did exist back then, but it was getting to the point where they were becoming like somewhat affordable. Like instead of thousands of dollars, they were hundreds.
So that means they could have gotten one.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of more of a luxury item if you travel a lot, you know?
Yeah, makes sense.
It's a long way back to civilization, but neither the cold nor the exhaustion can ruin my good mood as I walk alone down the snow-covered mountain road. I was tempted to use Koji's car, but that would have introduced a flaw to the plan. I don't want anyone to connect me to his disappearance. The plan formed in my mind the moment that I realized how remote the location was. Even if I couldn't find anything to lead me to Dr. Ogai, his absence would at least prove that the cabin had been utterly abandoned, in which case it would have been the perfect spot to take care of a problem. I knew coming all the way out to Tochigi wouldn't be a waste of time. I didn't even need to use the meat cleaver hidden under my jacket. A dry well. It's like fate itself provided me with the perfect setting. That idiot didn't even realize the danger he was in, and his phone call distracted him enough for me to take him by surprise. Now that one of the two people whose questions might have caused trouble for me and Saya has vanished from the face of the earth, all that's left is to eliminate the other. Tsukuba Yo, I mustn't underestimate her just because she's less aggressive than Koji. Even if she should be able to see a connection between the disappearances of her two friends. Even she should. Suppose I should be thankful that it was Yo to whom Koji was talking on the phone. If he'd reported our location to a third party, I'd have to track down and eliminate that person too. Well, good news, you don't have to worry about Yo either.
Yep.
Sorry, I gotta blow my nose. 1 second. It's getting cold here, so, sick time. I'm a little worried about what they were discussing, but judging by how Koji was screaming into the phone, they probably weren't exchanging detailed information. Either way, I'd better get rid of Yo as soon as possible. After walking all night long, I finally reached the Nasu Flats station just as the train starts running. It only takes an hour to get back to Tokyo on the Limited Express. It's not enough time to rest, but I'm too wound up for that to matter. Besides, I don't want to waste any time thinking of a way to kill Yo. Using the cabin again would be too dangerous. I'm not sure how I'd get her out there in the first place. I just exploded in her face the other day. I doubt that she'll be as quick to trust me as Koji was, which means that it'll be difficult to get her alone. I could ask Saya for her opinion, but even I have some pride. I want to show her that I'm a man who can take care of business. Unfortunately, I'm unable to come up with anything before I get home. Why don't you just eat her like you did?
I know, right?
I suppose that I could just be proud of having dealt with Koji, the immediate threat. The search of Dr. Ogai's cabin was a bust, with no trace of his having been there, but I see no reason to be frustrated. Saya isn't all that concerned about the doctor's whereabouts, so looking for him is just something to satisfy my own curiosity. I'm home. It's morning, half a day later than I normally get home. The sound of Saya running down the stairs tells me just how impatient she was for my return. Makes me feel warm inside.
Welcome home, Fuminori.
She throws her arms around my neck, her smile at least 20% brighter than usual. Sorry I'm late. There was a change of plans.
It's okay. I'm just about done with my preparations too.
Preparations? Saya responds to my confusion with a mischievous smile.
I'm getting a surprise ready for you.
What kind of surprise?
That's a secret. Anyway, aren't you tired? Do you want to eat or take a bath first?
I don't realize how hungry I am until Saya mentions it. I walked all night without a bite to eat, and now my stomach's emptiness becomes painfully clear. However, I can't sit down to a leisurely meal while covered in dirt and sweat out of the road. I'd like to grab a quick snack and get in a long hot bath first.
I thought you'd say that, so I got the bath ready. You must be cold after being out all night.
So is water normal for him? It's not like sludge?
I guess not.
Yeah, I sure am. I'm amazed by Saya's foresight. She's always ready to give me what I want before I want it. Oh, like fucking hell, man. Why did I not expect that? They said bath. Oh. Alright, let me get a notepad ready. Okay.
That's the perfect line to start off with, though, based on... That's like, sounds like you had a hard time.
Yep. While soaking in the bath together, I tell Saya about my adventure. Killing him was easier than I thought. The hard part was getting home. Actually, I can show the top half of the screen here. I know I'm risking another upside down shot like earlier, but... Okay. The heat of the bath is soothing, and the sensation of Saya leaning back against my chest as she massages the fatigue out of my stiff leg muscles. Her cute little collarbone rises each time she squeezes my legs, and I can see the soft curves of her breasts floating in the water. What breasts? I'm home. Contentment fills me. I don't even need to sleep to relieve my exhaustion. Just like the living room and the bedroom, the bathroom is painted in the colors that Saya and I find pleasing. We left the entrance and hallway untouched, just in case someone should see inside. So these 3 rooms are the only places I can relax in my own home. It was cold in the mountains, even for winter. I should have worn heavier clothing. I'm afraid I'd freeze to death when it got dark.
Why didn't you just take that Koji person's clothes?
Push him into the well, remember? His clothes were with him at the bottom. Also, wait, don't clothes also look like crow's flesh to him?
Maybe not.
So, did he just see monsters wearing suits?
Oh, that'd be entertaining. Oh, yeah.
Saya laughs and sticks her tongue out bashfully.
So now there's just that Tsukuba girl to worry about?
She's the only person I could think of who can connect me to Koji's disappearance. After I take care of her, we can finally relax.
Hmm.
Saya glances over her shoulder like she knows something that I don't.
Have you already thought of a way to kill her?
Well, I've been thinking about it, but I haven't come up with anything yet. I was hoping that you might have some ideas,
Leave it to me.
she says, grinning with unusual confidence. I've got...
Oh, I've got ways you've never dreamed of. It's as good as done.
Really?
Okay, it should be ready by now.
Saya's voice is full of anticipation. She rises from the bath. I'm going to cover the screen again. Her naked body glistening through the steam.
Come on, I have something to show you.
Okay, we're safe for the moment. Okay.
Close your eyes and don't open them until I say so, okay?
Okay. I have no idea what's going on, but I do as Saya says and close my eyes. She takes my hand and leads me up the stairs. As I wonder what she has in store for me, the sound of crying reaches my ears. I stiffen. Is someone here?
No peeking.
She admonishes me, then strokes my arms soothingly.
Don't worry, there's no danger.
All right. Little by little, the crying grows louder. I can hear the misery and pain in every choked sob. I'm debating about whether I want the screen up or not, because if it's his vision, there shouldn't be anything, but if it's Yo's vision, then... Alright, I'm just going to put it up just to be safe. At first, I'm amazed that Saya would let someone in our house after what happened 2 days ago, but then I realize that something is strange. Isn't Saya the only one whose voice can carry such a clear emotion to me? Although my eyes are still closed when Saya leads me into the bedroom, my ears tell me there's someone only a few feet away, and yet I smell none of the human body odor that normally turns my stomach.
Okay, time to say hello. Open your eyes.
I open my eyes, and I'm struck dumb by what I see. Okay, yep, good thing I kept that up.
So, it's almost safe. Almost.
Yep, I can pull it in from the side. Let me just take a good look here. Yeah, the side view should be safe. Sugwa Yo is curled up on the floor, with not a scrap of clothing to cover up her shivering body. When I finally lay eyes upon her naked flesh, I am entranced by the sensuality of her generous proportions, far more mature than I would have expected from her usual pure and innocent appearance. Wait, forget about that. Why is she in my bedroom naked? Moreover, why is she...
Well, how does she look to you?
She's beautiful, but why can I... It doesn't make sense. This is the Tsukuba Yo I remember, not the putrid creature whose attentions I found so unbearable after the accident. My senses recognize her as the human that she is.
Girl loves you, you know.
I do know, but I've never told Saya. How'd she find out?
I decided to change your body into one that you can love back.
Saya pauses to gauge my reaction, then continues with a satisfied nod.
I made her like me.
What? How? I still don't understand why Saya chose Yo, but this last statement is even more baffling. She changed Yo?
Don't you remember what I said the other day? I can mold the bodies of other living things.
Yes, I remember. She claimed to have done something to Suzumi's brain. I don't doubt her sincerity then, but I suppose that some part of me thought she was exaggerating. I hadn't seen her handiwork firsthand, but now...
It's a big change this time, not like the little tweak I made to the man next door. But this is how my abilities are really meant to be used. This was my first time doing it though.
Is that really Yo? Yo finally notices my presence and turns her head to face me. I see a faint glimmer of recognition in her glassy, unfocused eyes. Her features are exactly as I remembered them. Incredible. This is far beyond cosmetic surgery. Once a twisted creature, unrecognizable as human, Yo was now the very image of human femininity. There's no similarity between what she was and what she is, which can only mean that she has become something utterly inhuman. According to Saya, she's become what Saya is.
No one knows more about the biology of Homo sapiens than I do.
Saya declares, her voice full of pride for her first creation.
I studied a lot.
Studied? How'd you learn this? Who taught you? When? She couldn't have learned from Dr. Ogai. No teacher on Earth could impart such knowledge or skill.
Come on, don't you remember what you've been filling me with every night?
Saya blushes.
That's like a blueprint for the human body. I can decipher it, and then I can bend it to my will.
So, I'm wondering what the all ages version of this game is. If if there's like a lore reason for that.
Yeah.
And it might just be blood, like in Fate Stay Night, but what is she really? I've accepted that she isn't human, but there's more to her than that. Saya is something that far transcends my species.
It was my first time though, so I might have messed up a little.
And Saya approaches, Yo trembles and tries to crawl away, but is only able to flare her arms and legs wildly. It's like she doesn't know how to move her own body, and the only sounds coming out from her mouth are frightened moans. She can't talk?
Yeah.
Saya sighs in mild disappointment.
I guess the change broke her mind. I mean, it did take a whole 20 hours. She must have suffered a lot. I feel kind of bad.
Yo looks up at me pleadingly, even though it's so begging me to save her. She's no longer able to ask for my help, though, or even call out my name.
Well?
Saya asks, her eyes shining with anticipation.
Do you like her?
I'm at a loss for how to respond. What do you mean, like her?
You said you wanted family and friends, didn't you? That's why I got you this present.
Her innocent explanation only confuses me further. Present? Come on, she's not a dog.
There's not much difference. Her head is totally empty.
I'm happy that Saya wants to please me, but she could use a little more common sense. It's not that. Holding a person captive is probably a lot harder than you think.
Don't worry about it. Look, I have her change up.
The only thing preventing Yo from being totally naked is the leather collar around her neck. I have no idea where Saya got it from, but it's the kind of dog collar that would be sold in any pet store. The chrome chain is fastened to one of the bedposts. Yo tries to get away again, but Saya sends her sprawling with a tug of the chain. Yo tumbles to the floor, squealing in pain. Her actions are those of an unintelligent animal, just as Saya said.
She doesn't have the brains to escape or get help. See? There's nothing for you to worry about.
Saya has a point. I was racking my brain for a plan to kill Yo, but now my problem has been solved in a way that I never could have imagined. If a normal person looks upon her now, she'll probably see no trace of the old Yo. And if she has no memories and can't even speak, then it's perfect. Saya has killed Yo without taking her life. She's killed her without making her die.
Yep.
Though there's still the problem that there's still the problem of what she means by giving Yo to me.
You're not happy?
Saya asked dejectedly, her confidence suddenly gone.
Did I misunderstand again? Is this a problem for you?
No, but
I can take good care of her all myself. I won't let her make things difficult for you, so can't you stay, please?
that's not it. The last thing I want is to reject the symbol of Saya's affection. And how can I explain to Saya why I'm trying not to look at the naked woman writhing on the floor? It's not that. Yo is the first human being besides Saya that I've seen in the 3 months since the accident. And she's a woman. One positively glowing with voluptuous feminine beauty. Of course I'm happy, but I also can't ignore the voice of reason that's telling me not to be. I'm happy, really, but if I show how pleased I am, I'm worried that you'll...
Huh?
Saya looks puzzled, as though has absolutely no idea what I'm getting at. I mean, look, she's still a girl, right? Don't you balk at the thought of me living with another girl? After considering this briefly, Saya finally seems to understand what I'm trying to say.
Of course not, you worry too much.
Maybe I am worrying too much, although I'm pretty sure that I'm just showing the consideration that any man who's sworn his love to a woman would show. Or maybe Saya doesn't understand that a man faced with a woman's naked body can't help but react regardless of his feelings.
Saya already had her fun with her. How funny. You really are kind.
Yeah?
I only did this so that she could please you. If you like her and enjoy spending time with her, then I'll be happy too. You have nothing to be shy about.
I hate to say this, but I struggle to find the right words to express my true feelings. Men are, well, really depraved creatures, and... I mean, Yo's body has features that yours doesn't, right? So even though it's nothing like my love for you, I can't help but, get aroused. With each word that I squeeze from my lips, Saya's grin grows wider and wider, until finally she starts shaking with laughter.
I know.
Saya exclaims jovially, patting my shoulder with one hand and wiping tears from her eyes with the other.
There's no reason to be ashamed of your natural male instincts. If you're really that worried, then let me join in with you when you play with her. We can enjoy ourselves in ways that we couldn't when it was just the two of us, okay?
Are you sure? I ask again, as though trying to force her to say no. Ooh. Saya answers me with a smile who's like I've never seen before. It is calm, so terribly calm. And there's something bewitching about the soft set of her lips that sets it apart from her usual bright childish expression.
You and I are lovers, and Tsukuba Yo is our pet. She'll be reminded of that when we play with her, every day from now on.
I finally know why Saya chose Yo, for the venom in her voice and smile does not escape me. Although she can no longer answer, if asked, Yo would surely have chosen death over this fate. And that's the very reason Saya visited it upon her. How wicked and terrible Saya is. Perhaps others would fear and loathe her. I, however, find her malevolence irresistibly charming. The horrifying cruelty of what she's done to Yo is so very human. Though her shape may be different, her soul is the same as ours. When I look upon Yo's wretched form, I have the intensity and passion of Saya's love for me. I see the intensity of passion and love for me. But the flames that have consumed Yo are fueled by that very love. I find myself enthusiastically accepting Saya's present. Do you like this pet too?
Yeah, she's very pretty and feels good to touch.
So you'll enjoy playing with her too, right? I don't have to hold back, do I?
Of course they will.
Grinning happily, Saya grabs the chain and pulls Yo to her feet. Ah.
Try touching her, Fuminori. She's really nice and soft.
Okay. As Yo looks up at me with teary, pleading eyes, I approach and let my gaze roam freely over her lush body and ripe breasts. I run my fingers through her hair, finding it as smooth as Saya's. Enjoying the feel, I continue to caress Yo's head. Her fearful expression softens a little. Perhaps she remembers me in some part of her mind, and believes even now that I will be kind to her. How foolish. Alright, let me see what I can show here. I guess come in from an angle. Careful. Okay, yeah, he's filling her up, basically. I might have accidentally slipped too far. I've just got to check that one later. It's 29 minutes. I stop stroking her hair and calmly seize both of her breasts. She flinches in pain at the sudden rough treatment. I ignore her and continue to knead her breasts as my lust demands. I think I'm going to start skimming over this now. Wait, I can't get this feeling from Saya's tight, slender body. Besides, I would never think of treating her delicate form so harshly. Yo, however. I grab her full breasts from underneath and squeeze them like tubes of toothpaste. Then give her nipples a little tweak. Yo squeals, unable to handle the pain. Alright, so... Yep, just playing with the boobies. Nope. How do I show this? I guess I can just jump straight down. Yes, Saya's there too, and she is, of course, naked. Okay. Saya asks which kind of body Fuminori prefers. He says he prefers Yo's as far as bodies go, and that makes her jealous. Oh, so wait, I thought she had a chain on her. That's a leash. Okay. If I come in carefully from the side. Yeah, I can't go any further than that, but it's a boob job, so. I don't think even FG or Fates of Night or Hall of Shiraisi ever did that, did it?
No.
I suppose Sakura's the only character who could do that, but
the first line.
With each stroke, she cries out in fear at the stiff head of my thing. As the stiff head of my thing stabs her in the face like a dark red weapon. Yo jerks in agony as Saya crushes her breast against my manhood. Yep, the comes on her face. Okay.
Safe?
Yeah, technically safe.
You just have yogurt on their face.
Yep. They just spilled some yogurt. That's all.
What a messy eater.
Yep. Saya says that Yo can't have any, and starts licking it off her and sticking her tongue in her mouth. Abandoning Yo's breasts, which are red and inflamed from the friction of Saya's fingers and my thing. I can't say that word anymore because I got demonetized last stream, so it's just to be safe. I run my hand down her stomach and slide my fingers between her legs. My fingers feel the unmistakable honey seeping from her inner folds. Hello there, Sweetex. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. How you doing? When is Mihoyo? Should be next week, assuming there are no delays. That's which on the Holy Night. Oh, he's lifting her leg up and. Don't think I can even try to show this. Maybe a little. Oh fuck! No, I hit the wrong button. I took the screen down. 35 minutes. I mean, at this point, what's 1 versus 5 of these, you know? So I have to edit it all anyway, so. Oh my god. Alright, I'm not even gonna toy with this anymore. It's staying up the whole time until we're out of the scene. Unless the image is completely safe. She must not have been sufficiently prepared as her choke scream is like that of a dying animal. In fact, it reminds me of how Suzumi screamed when I stabbed him with my knife. You know, on the bright side of having to edit the image later, I can actually show most of the image and just, you know, blur out the bad parts, so... Saya asks if Yo is pleasing Fuminori, and he says you could say that. Saya joins in on top of Yo now. Oh, Saya's worried that Fuminori is about to come, but while he's inside Yo. He pushes away at the last second. Oh, okay, Saya got it. Okay. Later, as the lion... Wait, how did that end? Yeah. Still breathing hard after my ravaging of her body, Yo gazes up at us with dazed, uncomprehending eyes. Sprawled on top of each other, smelling of sweat and sex, we savor for a while at the calm left in the aftermath of our orgy. Later, as I lie on my bed, drained of energy, I consider that my life will be like this. What my life will be like from now on. Saya is resting in my arms. Yo is curled up on the floor. Yesterday, I could not have imagined that the three of us would be a family. I don't know if you call us a family, but a new home, new food, a new family, all granted to me by Saya. She selflessly led me from the brink of death to find a new joy amid despair. And I too have changed. I've killed 2 people with my own hands and made a third my mindless slave. Yet despite all that I have done, I'm still able to sleep peacefully. Without a doubt, I'm no longer the Sakisaka Fuminori I once was. How far will Saya take me? What will I become? I feel somewhat unsure, though not discouraged, about the unknown world in which we are heading. And so, while playing with Saya's hair, I ask, Saya, what are you? I don't expect an answer. If Saya's asleep or doesn't want to respond, I won't mind. Oh, back to the other scene of them lying on top of each other. Saya lifts her head, however, and draws my gaze into the deep pools of her eyes.
It's kind of hard to explain.
I think I can go back to the partial cover here. She thinks for a while, searching for the right words, then says simply,
You know the dandelion flower? The one that scattered its seed on the wind?
yeah?
The wind carries those fluffy seeds far, far from where they were born. What if one of them ends up in the desert, where not even a single blade of grass is growing? If you can imagine how that lone seed will feel, then you might be able to understand me.
As I consider Saya's answer, she continues her story.
That seed is still a baby flower, and if it does its best, it can turn even a desert into a garden. Maybe that little seed will decide to thrive. Maybe it will decide to grow and multiply, so that it can turn the whole desert into a field of dandelions. What do you think can give it the strength to do so?
What? I whisper, entranced. Saya smiles softly and caresses my cheek.
All it needs is to be loved by just one person in the whole desert. All it needs is to be told how pretty dandelions are.
The loving touch of her slender fingers fills me with peace and joy. I think she... Or I don't know who says that, but I love you. I pull her head to my chest, nodding silently. Stay with me
Stay
forever.
with me forever
Yeah.
and never leave my side.
I don't know who's saying that to who. Basking in the soft warmth of our love for each other, we sink into the oblivion of sleep. Oh, okay, guess we're back to Koji.
He has been buried alive. His road is the silence and the cold of the grave. Ever since his voice gave out and he lost the strength to scream, no coherent thought has passed through Koji's mind. Perhaps this is his brain's way of protecting him from despair. Instead, he dreams. Images flash before his eyes, random unconnected scenes from his 20 years of life. Not all are happy times, there are sad, painful memories as well. But even these are pleasurably warm compared to the death that is now encroaching upon him. He dreams of mountains. His older brother once took him hunting for insects when he was a child. They sealed their caught butterflies in a plastic bag, only to later find themselves holding a bag of tiny corpses. He dreams of his lover. They met at a mixer, where he'd been the only one to realize that she couldn't hold her liquor. After she'd had too much to drink, he looked after her while she vomited in the back alley. They toasted each other with canned juice, and then... He dreams that he is diving into a black sea. When he reaches the bottom, he looks up to see the moon shining through the surface of the water. As he gazes up at the circle of light, entranced by its roundness and brilliance, the distant rumbling of an engine reaches his ears. Something still conscious within him tells him that this dream is wrong.
Have you ever gone diving at night before?
The dots begin to connect in his mind, forming a barrier to separate his dreams and reality. What is bothering him? Of course, the sound. The engine noise gradually fades to a low idling, then abruptly gives way to silence, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. This isn't a dream. These sounds are real. Understanding comes like a sudden blow. This isn't the bottom of the sea, and the circle of light isn't the moon. It's the mouth of the well, and the sun has already risen, and someone is right outside with the car. Oh wow, he actually survived all night.
Guess so.
I thought he would have frozen. The last piece falls into place, and he becomes Tono Koji once more.
Help!
Koji shouts, surprised by how easily his voice emerges. His desperation blocks out the pain of his raw throat.
Hey, I'm down here. Here in the well. Help me.
He keeps screaming with all his might. Soon, the echoes in the cramped well become deafening, and he is no longer certain if his screams have meaning or if it's just howling wordlessly. Nevertheless, he continues. His only desire is to be heard, lest he die forgotten at the bottom of this well. Koji's wait is not long, but even a minute feels like an eternity on the edge of despair. Soon, the circle of light above him is partially eclipsed by the silhouette of a person staring down into the well. Tono, you alive down there? A woman's voice. Koji has heard it somewhere before, but for some reason cannot remember to whom it belongs. Just hold on, I'll get you out.
That's probably the doctor.
The silhouette vanishes, restoring the light to the perfect circle. Fear of being left alone again threatens to send Koji into a panic, but his reason has recovered enough to resist.
She said she's going to get me out. I haven't been abandoned.
While waiting, he gingerly tests his body, which he has forgotten all about until now. His joints ache and his fingers and toes are numb, but though exhausted, he's still in one piece. After some time, the silhouette reappears at the top of the well. Are you hurt? Can you climb a rope on your own?
No, I don't think so.
Koji lacks the confidence to attempt such a feat. His frozen fingers can barely move. Oh well, I'm coming down. After a brief pause, the owner of the voice tosses a knotted climbing rope into the well. He grabs the rope as soon as it reaches him. The tough threads bite into his palm, and relief nearly overwhelms him at the sensation. This is really happening. He's really safe. Now that he's free from despair, questions leap into the forefront of his mind. First among them, who is his savior? The rope shakes as the woman climbs carefully down. The beam from the floodlight slung over her shoulder, pushing back the shadow cast by her body. Soon she is standing on the same mud as Koji, and he finds himself face to face with...
Doctor?
Were you expecting someone else? Koji indeed had not imagined that his savior would turn out to be Dr. Tanbo Ryoko. Of course, it took him a moment to recognize her. Instead of a white gown and tight skirt, she's wearing a heavy leather coat, denim jeans, and boots with no heel. She must have expected a hike through the mountains. Her light is a blocky, all-purpose type featuring side-mounted fluorescent runners, in addition to the main floodlight, survival gear, and professional grade by the look of it. You look awful, Dr. Tanbo says wryly as she gives Koji a once-over. Here, drink this. She pulls a flask out of her pocket and hands it to him. Go slow, take small sips. It should help a little.
Thank you.
She walks around with a flask. Maybe Koji's just old-fashioned, but it doesn't seem appropriate for a young woman and a doctor at that. Nevertheless, he unscrews the cap and takes a swig, and struggles to keep from coughing as the potent liquid sears his tongue.
What is this?
Spiritus vodka. Good for disinfecting wounds in a pinch, and also does a fine job of setting things on fire.
You don't want to drink alcohol when you're cold. That moves your body heat from your core to your extremities. It might feel like it's warming you up, but that could actually be really bad in extreme conditions.
Her tone is straightforward and quite serious. Koji can only gape at the doctor, the smile on her face doing a little to ease his confusion. Is this really Dr. Tanbo? There's no trace of the bookish, mild-mannered woman Koji met at the hospital. Her expression is now set in a hard mask, and her eyes are sharp and wary. In the darkness at the bottom of the well, it is possible, however unlikely, that the change in her features is due to the ominous shadows cast by her lamp. It's not so easy, however, to explain the change in her demeanor.
Why are you here?
You called me, didn't you? Ryoko replies brusquely, glaring at Koji like an annoyed professor. I tried calling back, but you didn't answer. Neither did your friend Tsukuba. Am I supposed to think everything's fine?
No, but...
Koji still doesn't understand why she acted so quickly, but it's a different part of what she just said that seizes his attention.
Wait, Tsukuba? You called her too?
Like I said, she didn't pick up either, to be honest. I figured you were both dead already. That's right, he almost died, and at the hands of the man he thought was his best friend. Anger and frustration well up inside him. He can't forgive Fuminori's betrayal, nor can he forgive himself for his foolishness. And now he has no idea if Tsukuba is safe. Fuminori tried to kill Koji. Could he have done the same to her? Calm down, why don't you? Ryoko says irritably, turning away to examine the inside of the well. There's nothing you can do from here.
If you thought something was wrong,
Koji says to her back.
Then you must have called the police, right?
The police? Still engrossed in her examination of the walls, Ryoko laughs scornfully at the idea.
So you
still think there's a way out, do you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Annoyed by her condescending attitude, Koji's about to demand answers when she cuts him off with a gesture and shines her light at a corner of the wall. You didn't notice this?
Huh?
In the light of the lamp, Koji sees that some of the stones are different shade than the rest of the wall. This must be what Ryoko was looking for.
Huh, no, there wasn't enough light.
Ryoko gaze moves slowly along the wall, finally coming to rest on a gap between two of the stones. The hole is just wide enough for an adult to reach into open-handed. You sure picked the right well to fall down, Ryoko says with a grim smile. Like they say, it's always the last place you look. She wastes no time thrusting her hand into the opening. After she feels around for a few seconds, Koji hears the thunk of something solid coming together behind the wall.
Doctor?
Ryoko pulls her hand out and gives the different colored stones a gentle push. With the rumble of the weights shifting, the stone slides smoothly back into the wall.
Okay, he was down there for hours. He didn't try something? Like, maybe... If it was not a secret passage, maybe he could have, like, climbed out somehow with some loose bricks or something.
So that's how he fooled me. I had no idea that this was here the last time I came.
You've been here before?
Koji wants answers, but Ryoko ignores him and peers into the opening. In the beam of her floodlight, Koji can see a concrete tunnel leading into the mountain. I'm going on ahead. You better stay here. Her warning is utterly devoid of warmth. Considering his options, Koji looks from the tunnel to the rope and back again. He's practically sweating now thanks to the 190 proof vodka he just drank, but although feeling has returned to his fingers, he still doesn't have the strength to climb. That said, the thought of being alone in the well again makes him shiver.
I'll go too. Please take me with you.
Have it your way. Ryoko steps into the tunnel without looking back, and Koji doesn't hesitate to follow.
You were pretty different the last time we met.
Koji says sarcastically, following Ryoko as she moves cautiously down the tunnel with her light leading the way. This isn't the hospital, and you're not my patient. This service doesn't come with a smile.
So this is who you really are?
I wonder, does it matter? Ryoko suddenly stops and stares at the floor. When Koji looks over her shoulder, he sees a dust-covered rope lying coiled up in the middle of the path.
What is it?
Something left by the last guy who came down that well. Ryoko picks up the rope, examines it, and hands it to Koji. It's about twice as long as my rope. It has a knot in it, and both ends have been severed. They were connected before to make a circle.
Huh?
You loop one end of the circle around something topside, and then use the rest to climb down into the well. While you're at the bottom, you cut the circle open and pull the whole rope up with you. That way, there's nothing to show where you went. Ryoko shines her light down the tunnel, revealing that it ends in a closed wooden door about 10 meters ahead. That's how you avoid detection. Really got me good.
You said you've been here before?
Yeah. You and Sakisaka aren't the only ones, Ryoko says dryly. I checked Ogata's cabin a while back.
Ooh.
Oh, she has a gun.
Yeah.
As Ryoko speaks, she opens her coat and pulls out what she had hanging underneath it. If there aren't any other exits, then he's still behind that door. At first, Koji thinks that she's holding a steel pipe. Amazed that she would carry a weapon, Koji looks closer and is appalled when he realizes what it really is. A gun. And not one of those sleek handguns that he's seen in the movies, but a double-barreled shotgun. The stock and barrels have been sawed down for easier concealment, enhancing its aura of brutal efficiency.
What is that?
12 gauge. Ryoko replies blandly, as though naming a brand of cigarettes. I don't have a permit, and cutting it down would be illegal even if I did. Any other question?
What are you planning to do with that thing?
Ryoko looks over her shoulder and gives Koji her most chilling smile yet. When I first learned what Ogai was doing, I was a model citizen, never even gotten a ticket. The woman whom Koji believed was just a normal doctor waves her sawed-off shotgun menacingly as she continues, her tone sharp and bitter. If I had this back then, I could have killed Ogai before he got away. Maybe then none of this would have happened. I feel bad about that, really. Koji listens in silence, helpless to do anything but watch as understanding moves farther and farther out of his grasp. In other words, everything I do from here on out is to clean up this mess that you and your friends have stepped in.
Like our solution to a problem is a gun. Like,
Yep.
That's the only way to kill him.
Remember that, and don't ask any unnecessary questions, got it? Koji can only nod weakly in response. With the light in her left hand and the shotgun in her right, Ryoko walks up to the door and takes a deep breath. Then she kicks the door open, putting her full weight behind the blow. With a disappointingly feeble sound, the door breaks off into its hinges and falls into the room. Dust billows like white smoke in the beam of Ryoko's light.
Looks like a photograph of a lab.
The room is large, at least 30 meters square. The tiled floor is set with drainage grates, and there's no mistaking the operating table sitting in the middle of the room. Cabinets full of enamelware and drugs line one side of the space, and against the opposite wall stand a writing desk and bookshelves. Those things Koji recognizes, the mysterious objects cluttering the tables and shelves, however, are beyond his comprehension. Mirrors delicately engraved with complex patterns, grotesque statues and marks that must have been left by the race of savages, tapestries woven in nauseating arrays of color, a crystal ball the size of an infant's head. Any would fetch a hefty price at an antique store, if not for the thing they all have in common. Every last piece is so loathsome and foul that Koji feels sick just looking at it. It's as though each was designed for the sole sinister purpose of immortalizing its creator's hatred of the world. Rare-looking books of the sort that he found in Ogai's home are piled here and there, and on one shelf are stacked with some scrolls that look to be made out of some kind of sheepskin or papyrus. Whatever it is, it's not paper. Yeah, Ogai's a mage. Finally, there are the indecipherable chalk patterns and symbols filling every available space on the walls. Even the two sliding blackboards are covered in strange, unreadable scribblings. Just looking at them is making Koji dizzy.
Sorry, is it just me or are there two different music tracks playing? It was a long droning sound and then there's like this beat. Yeah.
Don't look! Ryoko snaps at him. Listen, don't move, and whatever you do, don't touch anything. Even if something draws your attention, don't look at it. If you see something that feels wrong, steer your shoes. Got it?
Yeah.
Ryoko switches her light fluorescent runners on and sets it on a nearby table where it can illuminate the whole room. She then holsters her shotgun, only to pull out an even more confusing set of tools: a digital camera and a can of spray paint. Why spray paint?
It's Jet Set Radio.
She gives the can in her left hand a good shake, switches the camera in her right hand, and steps up to the blackboard while looking at the camera's side-mounted screen. After recording one set of symbols, she covers it with a thick layer of paint and then moves on to the next.
Okay, she's covering up whatever she's learning here. Doctor?
Lesson 1. Never look at strange symbols or read anything written in unusual languages like Latin.
What do you got against Latin?
Use a camera to record them for later, then paint over the original. Now that she mentions it, Koji realizes that she's only looking at the screen of her camera, even then only in short glimpses and never directly at any of the drawings. He understands what she's saying, but it still doesn't make any sense.
Why do you have to...
Now that you've come this far, you better shut up and listen for your own good. Things like crystal balls and mirrors are dangerous. Anything can happen if you break them, so it's best to cover them with a cloth or paint over them for the time being. Koji begins to fear that this doctor might be even crazier than Fuminori. Despite the burst of energy he received from the vodka, Koji is still exhausted from his night in the well. The fear is affecting his body, making him dizzy and nauseous. Soon, the walls are covered in black paint and the stale air is thick with the smell of turpentine. That should do for now, Ryoko says with relief, then tosses the empty can aside and puts away her video camera.
What happened to Ogai?
Koji asks, supporting himself against a nearby table. Oh, he was over there. Without stopping her examination of the papers on the writing table, Ryoko points nonchalantly to a Chinese-style screen standing in one corner of the room. He was there. Her clinical choice of tense makes her meaning instantly obvious. The urge to speak for himself was irresistible. Koji staggers across the room to the screen, taking the utmost care not to look at the scaly octopus thing that is painted on it. Hokusai, is it you?
I think we are getting into some Lovecraft stuff here.
Behind the screen is a large easy chair. Although he's never met the man before, Koji is fairly certain that the person sitting on it is Ogai Masahiko. Are you gonna see him? Oh, we are! Ogai's corpse...
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to...
Ogai's corpse must have shrunk significantly while drying in the sealed chamber. The body is barely the size of a child's, with only the business suit hanging from the bones offering any hint of Ogai's former stature. His empty eye sockets and wide-open jaw are filled with darkness, the same darkness that surrounded Koji at the bottom of the well. Compared to those gaping voids, the tiny holes in Ogai's right temple is almost a mirror. The revolver that he presumably used to kill himself is still clenched in his dangling right hand. It looks like a child's toy compared to Ryoko's shotgun. Ryoko must have noticed Ogai's corpse while she was spray painting the walls. And still, she keeps working without batting an eyelash. Impressive, though not exactly surprising after what he's been through. It's getting difficult to remember the last time he spoke to someone else. But if not for her, Koji reminds himself, with a bitter smirk, that he would have ended up joining this mummified corpse here, and no one would ever have found him. Koji's vision suddenly dims. He's pushed himself too hard, and the spiritus vodka can't help him anymore. He collapses to the floor, unable to hang on to his slipping consciousness, and the last thing he sees are Ogai Masahiko's gaping eye sockets glaring at him. When he wakes, Koji finds himself lying on something dry and soft. A bed is a bed. Koji wouldn't have a age scene, right?
No, no. No, I don't think so.
Okay. A bed is a bed, and he thinks to himself, even one that smells of mold and dust, and especially after sleeping in cold mud all day, all night.
On the other hand, I could see the doctor going naked.
Like, I have no trust in this game.
Yeah, the chances are very low, but just in case, I'm gonna put this. Oops, I'm gonna put the screen up for just a minute.
There are no lights hanging from the ceiling, but the soft warm light of the lamp fills the room. Simple furnishings, non-existent decor. Koji realizes that he is in Ogai's cabin, in the bedroom that he searched before Fuminori pushed him into the well.
Okay, now we're fine.
Okay, safe. You awake?
Sandwich.
Ryoko is sitting in a chair against the wall. Her expression blank as she studies a pile of documents on the table in front of her. She must have brought them up from Ogai's underground lab. She turns a page and takes a bite from the sandwich in her free hand. If you feel up to eating, there's food over there. Without looking up from the files, she gestures towards a convenience store bag sitting on the nightstand.
How did I get here?
Koji can't imagine that a woman, even a woman like Ryoko, could have climbed out of the well with him on her back. There was a door behind one of the bookshelves down there, Ryoko mutters, taking care not to let the explanation interfere with her reading or eating. When I finally got it open, it led to the boiler room underneath the cabin. The other side was hidden with a thin layer of mortar. I figured that's how he got most of his supplies down there. Once he had everything he needed, he could seal it up and use the well instead. Pretty thorough.
Was there really something in there that he needed to hide?
There used to be. This is the last of it. Having finished her sandwich, Ryoko picks up some unsorted papers with her free hand and waves them in the air. Not all scholars want to get on stage at a symposium and show their research to the world, you know. Some nutcases get their kicks by learning secrets no one else knows, and by being buried with those secrets in hidden tombs that no one will ever find. Koji still hasn't the slightest idea what Ogai's secret might have been. From what Ryoko said in the tunnel, however, he can guess that Fuminori is somehow involved.
What happened to Fuminori?
Koji asks desperately, no longer caring who he gets the answers from.
What does he have to do with that body down there? Just what is it that you're after?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Ryoko replies coldly, as though Koji's concerns are none of hers. Takisaka told me that he was acting on behalf of one of Ogai's relatives.
You're roboting Misaki.
Oh no!
Yes, he told me the same thing. Misaki? Hello? Uh-oh. I think we lost Misaki. Okay. With the screen share up, I can't see if her thing's lit up or not. Uh-oh.
All good?
Oh, okay. Are you good now? Lost you there for a second.
I exited the call and went back in because I'm like, okay, if it's robotic, then I gotta leave Congo back in.
Yeah, but after you rejoined, you're still muted for a minute there.
Oh, uh-oh.
Okay, but I think you're good now. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, well, at least that's consistent.
Okay. Ryoko pulls several sheets of loose leaf paper from a different file. No,
The truth is that Ogai has no relatives. I thought that Sakisaka was simply lying. However, there's another possibility I should have considered. He might have been tricked by someone claiming to be Ogai's family. Ryoko pauses, then looks sidelong at Koji. Does the name Saya ring a bell?
Saya? No. Who is that?
Who or what is the question, but the more I read, the less I understand. She sighs bitterly and then returns her attention to the papers in her hand. All I can say for sure is that it appears to have been the focus of Ogai's research. If Sakisaka's involved with whatever Saya is, then he's already past the point of no return. The icy certainty in Roko's voice sends a chill down Koji's spine.
If so, then what will you do?
He has to ask, even though he already knows the answer. It's like I said, Ryoko replies, smirking at the tension in Koji's voice. I have no idea how many times I wish I killed Ogai when I had the chance. I won't make the same mistake twice.
If I go to the police, it'll all be over? It'll all be over. Oh, no. Yeah, okay.
Ryoko doesn't respond, as though she didn't even hear what Koji just said. So Koji, are you asking me to get shot?
Fuminori tried to kill me.
Koji continues persistently.
If I report him, he'll be arrested and...
Ryoko cuts him off harshly. You have witnesses, proof. What was Sakisaka's motive? You know, Tono. You're completely misunderstanding what the police do. Their job isn't to fight for justice, or even to keep people safe.
What are you saying?
Finding responsible explanation for unreasonable events. That's what the police are for. They will always choose to believe the simplest, most logical explanation. Just like how water always flows downhill. They aren't interested in the truth. They don't know or care that the truth is often stranger than fiction.
They can't all be like that. I won't know until I try.
Exactly, Ryoko states as she pulls another sandwich out of the bag. That's a problem. She hasn't spared Koji a second glance since looking at him earlier. Even while talking, her attention is always focused on the papers in front of her. Let's say you accuse your friend of pushing you into a well. In addition to your statement, the police will consider two alternative versions of the truth. Maybe you're making it all up to frame your friend. Or, even simpler, it was an accident. You fell into the well by yourself, and the shock has made you paranoid or delusional. These three possibilities will compete to see which comes out with the most convincing evidence. No one knows which will be the winner. Are you willing to bet everything on you have on the truth? Koji has no response. Can he really explain with cold, clear logic what drove Fuminori to do what he did? How can he convince anyone else when he doesn't even understand it himself? And here's the biggest problem, Ryoko says calmly, cutting into Koji's thoughts. While you're raising hell with the police, we'll lose our chance to corner Sakisaka. If he sees trouble coming, he'll go into hiding, and then we'll be right back at square one. She pauses to take a bite out of her sandwich before finishing. Just like when I let Ogai get away. A heavy silence falls upon them, with only the soft rustles of pages turning in Ryoko's hands to mark the passage of time.
Please tell me, Doctor.
Koji says, his hushed voice breaking through the quiet.
What crime is so unforgivable that you're determined to take justice into your own hands? What exactly did Ogai do in that room down there?
Once again, Ryoko ignores Koji's question. This time, however, Koji doesn't back down. His silent glare demands her attention as she pours through the documents before her. After some time, Ryoko rearranges the papers in her hands and sets them aside, as though having come to some conclusion. She then turns to her chair to face Koji for the first time since he awoke. Listen, Tono. Her hard stare belies the calmness of her voice. You need to get out of this while you still can. There are a lot of fine hot springs around here. Go relax and don't return to Tokyo until you're ready to forget any of this ever happened.
Forget?
Koji feels anger rise within him.
Omi was my girlfriend. Fuminori was my best friend, and you're telling me to forget about them?
Yeah, forget about them. Ryoko replies, coolly rebuffing Koji's anger. This isn't a suggestion, it's a warning. Whatever they were to you, it's all over now. You'll never see them again, I guarantee it.
And what about Tsukuba?
Koji shouts, unable to control himself.
She begged me for help on the phone. Something terrible is happening to her.
And how many hours ago was it? Do you know how much time has passed since I saved you? How much longer do you think you would have lasted down there if I didn't, or if I hadn't? She shakes her head and declares coldly, it's too late. She's already dead. Don't expect everyone to be as lucky as you.
Well, she's not dead, but I don't think she can be saved. You're heartless.
Koji growls, unable to suppress his anger.
If you'd found me dead in the well, you wouldn't have thought anything of it, would you?
I was prepared for that, of course. Ryoko says with a shrug, unfazed by Koji's ire. I hardly expected to find you alive. It is futile to argue with this woman, Koji realizes. Her values are fundamentally different from his own. Nothing he can say will ever move her. Koji gets out of bed and stands on shaky legs.
How long have I been asleep?
About half a day. I envy your ability to recover so quickly. It's a privilege of youth, so enjoy it while it lasts. Koji looks at his watch and sees that it's 4 in the morning, which means that it was already early evening when Ryoko rescued him. He can't believe that he survived in the well for almost 2 days. Me too, I can't believe that. Now that the gaps in his memory have been filled and his sense of time has returned, he realizes that it's already Sunday morning. Ryoko's right, a lot of time has passed since he spoke to Yo on the phone. Koji grabs a sports drink and 2 jelly packs from the bag of food that Ryoko bought, then heads for the door. His legs are still a little unsteady, but he can compensate for that with sheer willpower.
Just to make sure.
Mind telling me where you're going?
Oh, yeah. Tokyo.
Koji replies brusquely, his tone as hard as hers.
Tsukuba might still be alive. I'm going to save her.
You just don't listen, do you?
I could say the same about you.
Koji's expecting Ryoko to watch him go with that cold, mocking smile of hers. Instead, however, she sighs heavily and rests her jaw in her hands. Can't you wait a little longer? Somewhere in here. She thrusts her chin at the mountain of papers in front of her. Is the answer to what this thing called Saya is. I think you should wait until I figure that out and come up with a plan to deal with it.
You wouldn't think that since you're already convinced that Tsukuba is dead.
In truth, Koji's extremely uneasy about going alone. At the same time, however, he knows that he mustn't depend on Ryoko. She's made it clear that she doesn't care about saving lives. Teaming up with her will only make it more difficult to salvage something, anything, out of this nightmare. Tono? Ryoko calls just before Koji steps out the door. You almost got killed once already. Don't let it happen again. She picks something up from the table and tosses it to Koji. When Koji catches it, he feels its solid weight fill his hand.
This is...
Koji stares at the menacing shape of cold metal. It's a revolver, the same one that was clenched in Ogai's skeletal fist. It has 4 more shots, there's no safety, so just pull the trigger to fire. How you use it is up to you. If Koji were his usual cautious self, he would not hesitate to reject the dangerous offering. The only time you truly need a gun is when all hope is lost. He'd prefer not to fight a losing war. And yet, without even knowing it, Koji has already set foot into Ryoko's world. Choosing instinct over reason, he accepts a small but deadly weapon and stuffs it into his pocket. There is no question that Koji intends to save Yo and bring Fuminori to answer for his crimes. In the back of his mind, however, he can hear the footsteps of Ruin approaching. When he steps out of the cabin's front door, Koji shivers as the wind tears into his skin. To his surprise, the outside air is even colder than the mud at the bottom of the well. Perhaps the cramped space mitigated the cold somewhat. If he had been exposed to this chill all night long, he would surely have frozen to death. Koji finds 2 cars parked in the yard. The smaller car next to his must be Ryoko's. When he sits behind the wheel of his car, he gets some relief from the feeling that he has taken the first step, however small, back into his world. He sips a sports drink, wetting his parched throat, then washes down some jelly. His stomach rebels at the sudden influx of food after 36 hours on empty, but he manages to force down the urge to vomit. Koji needs the energy. No matter how hard it is, he must regain enough stamina to overcome this challenge ahead. After forcing down as much food as he can handle, Koji leans back in his seat and takes a short break. When he begins to feel like himself again, he reaches into the back seat and pulls his spare cell phone out of his bag. He never expected that carrying 2 phones would be such a stroke of luck. As he calls up Fuminori's number and prepares to hit send, Koji is overcome by a flood of emotion. Rage, despair, sorrow, pity. He is unable to decide what to feel toward his friend. However, there is no time to dwell on the past. Every second lost diminishes the chance of saving Omi and Yo. Koji refuses to consider that it may already be too late. He steels himself and presses a button, then holds the phone to his ear as it rings. The shrill sound seems to go on for longer than it ever has in his life. Right now, Fuminori's phone must be displaying the name of the caller. Koji wonders what his reaction will be when he sees it. The call goes through. In the silence at the other end of the phone, Koji senses surprise, apprehension, and dark fury. Feeling slightly gratified, Koji delivers the first jab.
What? Weren't expecting a call from a dead man? I'm surprised. How'd you manage it?
As Koji's about to answer, an idea suddenly comes to him.
There was a secret passageway in the well.
Koji says, a plan forming rapidly in his mind.
It led to a hidden underground lab.
He pauses to let that sink in. Then, with the satisfaction filling his voice, he says,
I met Ogai Masahiko. I guess that's not technically a lie.
Fuminori's gasp tells Koji that the advantage is his. Keeping his voice bold, he declares to further exaggerate the truth.
I know it all. Everything about Saya. You're finished, Fuminori. I've got all the proof I need to blow this thing wide open. You won't even see it coming. You son of a bitch.
Obvious from Fuminori's tone that rage has overwhelmed his reason. Koji's bluff is working perfectly. His victory is tainted, however, as Fuminori's response to the name Saya brings a cry of anguish from the corner of his heart that he still wants to believe his friend can be saved.
Misaki Saka is involved with whatever Saya is. Oh, that's...
Ryoko's words play back in his head, sounding even colder than before. Then he's already past the point of no return. He mustn't allow emotion to sway him.
Where are Omi and Yo?
Koji suddenly switches topics, trying to keep Fuminori off balance. It all comes down to this.
Depending on your answer, I might be willing to cut you a deal. If you swear not to cause any more harm, I'll forget about what you did to me and about what I found at the cabin. I don't want anything more to do with you than you and Saya anyway. All I want is for Omi and Yo to be safe. Omi and Yo.
Fuminori's voice trails off. He's obviously trying to decide how far Koji can be trusted, and whether there's room for negotiation. Fuminori has been called out, and now it's time for him to show his hand.
I honestly don't know anything about Omi. She never came by my house. Yo, on the other hand.
Fuminori pauses and then gives a knowing chuckle that sends chills up Koji's spine.
Well, I wonder if she'll really want to leave. She's with you, isn't she?
Koji's relieved to learn Yo's location and that she is, at least, still alive. At the same time, however, he remembers that horrifying phone call. It is clear now that Fuminori played some part in Yo's suffering. Had she already fallen into his trap back then? What has happened to her? How is she being treated?
Her wish has finally come true.
Fuminori says with venomous sarcasm.
She's my property now. I guess you and Omi got what you wanted after all.
Koji feels despair settle over his soul. How much lower will this man go? Must Fuminori seek out and destroy every memory of the friendship they once shared?
Let Tsukuba go. When I'm sure she's safe, I'll destroy everything I have on you and Saya. How can I trust you? First, I want you to... I'm not giving you a choice here, Fuminori.
Koji instinctively realizes that it's dangerous to push his bluff any further.
I'll call you again later. You have until then to make up your mind.
He hangs up without waiting for a response. Fuminori doesn't know that Koji is still at the cabin in Tochigi. Right now, he's probably worrying about whether Koji will show up in 1 hour or 1 minute. Koji hopes that he'll be able to take advantage of Fuminori's confusion.
By the way, I gotta give this game props for actually taking advantage of the existence of cell phones. Something Fate Stay Night did not do.
3 hours, that's how long it will take to race all the way back to Tokyo. Koji's afraid that his body won't carry him through the long drive. His mind is clear, but his limbs still feel half asleep, like they're weighed down with lead. Although he knows that he has to stay resolute, Koji still longs for the peace he had just a few days ago, when life or death struggles were the furthest thing from his mind. Back then, he could never have imagined himself fighting to rescue a friend from the clutches of a madman. With each passing moment, he feels himself becoming less like the person he was. When all this is over, will he be able to return to his old life? Or will this change continue until it has consumed him utterly? Time is against him. Every second that passes is wasted. Even so, he decides to allow himself just 5 minutes of weakness. For exactly 5 minutes, he leans against the steering wheel and cries. When his tears have run dry and his heart is calm, Koji starts up his car and drives away.
I stare at the silent phone in my hand. There's anger, of course, but something cold and heavy holds my emotions in check. The sense of danger. To be honest, I'm surprised at how calm I am. I thought we were done.
Surprise!
Alright, 1:30.
So he was doing all that during the phone call?
Oh my god. Okay.
Master?
Yo looks up at me apprehensively, her head between my thighs. She was attending to my manhood throughout the call. Perhaps mistaking my silence for annoyance, she desperately rubs her breast against my shaft and attacks the head with her tongue. The remaining fragments of her memory seem to have joined together, as she has regained some degree of speech. Upon realizing this last night, Saya began to teach her language once more. It seems she finds our pet's efforts amusing. Hello there, Ocelot unit. Yes, you picked a weird time to join. Then again, it seems like at least a quarter of this game is a weird time to join. Alright, let's not go too much into detail here. She keeps trying to please him, and... Let's see,
I feel like at this point Koji gets all the plot.
Yeah. I mean...
Like, Koji's side gets, like, lots and lots of stuff done, while a boy here is just...
I mean, Fumidori has kind of become the villain at this point, so... Alright, he says to continue. Let's see, okay. It's clear that I made a grave error when I failed to finish Koji off 2 days ago. Right now, I need to set my foot straight. Sorry. 1 second. It's clear that... Oh my god, my throat. It's clear that I made a grave error when I failed to finish Koji off 2 days ago. Right now I need to set my frustration and anger aside and deal with this problem logically. It's time to leave. I have no way of knowing when Koji escaped from the well, or how much he has learned, or how many people he had contact with since then. Now that it is impossible to show how far the problem has spread, merely disposing of Koji won't guarantee our safety. When the enemy has poisoned your water supply, you can't take the risk that even one drop might remain. Your only choice is to stop drinking the water.
Minori? Who are you talking to?
I'm narrating. I'm talking to myself. Saya returns from the kitchen, where she gone in search of I'm getting some echo from Misaki.
Uh-oh.
Saya returns from the kitchen, where she'd gone in search of a midnight snack. She's munching on her favorite, spare ribs. Purging myself of unease and impatience, I respond with a casual shrug. Looks like we have a little problem. That bastard Koji is still alive.
Oh dear.
Wait, let me, I can show the partial image again. By breaking the news suddenly and without any trace of anxiety, I'm able to avoid frightening Saya. Instead, she's merely surprised. I knew that remaining calm would work. Moreover, I'm currently getting my thing sucked by Yo. It would be hard for anyone to get too serious under these circumstances. Saya, it might be best if we leave this house. Saya lowers her eyes and strokes her chin thoughtfully. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Even without Koji, it's only a matter of time before someone reports the Suzumi family missing.
Yeah.
Saya nods. I can tell that she's reluctant to leave, but at least there's no sadness in her expression. Everything will be fine. I'll protect my life with Saya just as I have up until now. I have that power. Knowing that we've overcome one problem fills me with new confidence. By the way, Saya, I'm almost... Time to put the screen up, I guess.
Huh? Wait.
Saya hastily discards her spare ribs and pushes the still sucking Yo off of me. Ah. Okay. But we know you're never this hard when you make love to me. Okay, yep, this is an image we saw previously of her sucking it, so... Yep, oh, now the bed scene again. Alright, she says that was good. You're so greedy, Saya. I say, smiling wryly as I look at Yo, who's lying limply on the floor. You always keep it all for yourself.
Of course, I won't forgive you if you give it to any other woman.
After baring her teeth at me grumpily, she burrows her face into my stomach. I'm serious, okay? It's adorable how Saya goes from angry to pleading like this. I find myself reaching down to muss up her hair. Oh wait, no, she says she's serious. Don't worry, I won't. Now then, we better get ready.
Okay.
We can travel light and take the Suzumi family car. Back to partial. I'd better withdraw everything that's left in my bank account and carry it as cash. I'll also need a weapon, something more reliable than a butcher's knife. Koji will most likely follow. He thinks that Yo can still be saved. However, I'm not abandoning this house just to run away. As long as Koji knows our location, we're stuck on the defensive. Leaving gives me the chance to regain the initiative and deal with him at a place of my choosing. Next time we meet, I'll kill him with my own two hands. I'll make sure to wring every last drop of life out of his body. A shiver runs through me as I anticipate the battle ahead. My bloodlust burns like orgasmic fire. Okay, I think we're safe now.
Dang, Fuminori, your scene is literally like 60%,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
that scene. When Ryoko looks up, the morning sun is already streaming in through the window. Tired from hours of poring over files, she removes her glasses and massages her aching eyes. Her dreams are always filled with horror, yet the night she just spent was more nightmarish than them all. And it's not over yet. She has only just set foot on the threshold. As expected, the files left by Ogai Masahiko were not the sort that Ryoko could simply pick up and read. Fortunately, Ogai had not been too old-fashioned to put his trust in electronic media.
Oh, had been too old-fashioned.
If he'd encrypted the files on a computer, she'd have had to find a hacker to decipher them. In fact, he had not employed any kind of code in his writing. That would have been too time-consuming by hand. The method of obfuscation he did use was quite simple. On the files Ryoko pulled from his underground lab, the majority turned out to be notes and theses from Ogai's days as a student. The important papers were the diaries and research notes that had been scattered throughout the piles of worthless scrap. At first, she was unable to understand the documents that she had found. Each sheet was covered with text on one side and blank on the other. Each line was completely unrelated to the next, making it impossible to glean any meaning from the whole. The trick revealed itself, however. While she was sorting the pages that made no sense, she found that each line continued on the same line on a different page. In Ogai's diary, for example, the first day began with on the first line, then continued not with the second line, but with the first line on the next page. Similarly, The second day was the second line, and the third day was the third line, and so on and so forth. After filling in all the lines on the set of pages, Olga had torn them out and scattered them among his other files. There was no regularity to how the pages were numbered, of course. Unable to locate any sort of key or legend, Ryoko had no choice but to figure out the page order manually. Despite knowing that the task would be exhausting, Ryoko set to it valiantly.
Yeah.
Yep. After separating all the loose leaf sheets from the jumbled files, she began the painstaking process of linking papers together according to the contents of the first line. She found that Ogai has dismantled and scattered his diary each time he completed a number of days equal to the lines in the one page, and had done the same with his research notes every 30 pages or so. The diary was much easier to restore, but the entries varied in length. Later pages had a larger number of blank lines. The page with only one line, however, therefore, was the last page of the diary, and those with the most blank spaces could be considered closer to the end. Ryoko's perseverance has paid off, for she has already succeeded in restoring several volumes in Ogai's diary. As she reads them, she feels despair draining her spirit, as it has so many times before. This cursed feeling of powerlessness that comes with knowing hidden truths. Those who have tasted it once shall be beaten down by it again and again until the day they die. All secrets are connected, after all. Once you have glimpsed even the tiniest fraction of the world's true face, you have no choice but to watch in horror as the veil rolls itself back inch by inch. All that remains is to wait for the day when insanity will crush your reason under its ever-mounting weight.
I succeeded in communicating with the organism. It shows enormous curiosity, and its intelligence is beyond doubt. See research notes for confirmed vocal patterns and body language. Its appetite for knowledge is insatiable, and its learning speed is off the charts. However, it exhibits absolutely no desire to be recognized as an individual. Its ego appears to be quite weak, suggesting a psyche wholly unlike that of a human. The speed of the organism's linguistic development is astounding. When I laughed at its mispronunciation, it immediately picked up upon the correct concept of puns. Ever since, it has been employing its entire vocabulary in an attempt to find puns that will make me laugh. Perhaps in a few days' time, it will have learned enough language for us to communicate freely. The organism's command of spoken language is now sufficient to facilitate higher-level discourse. But although it has regaled me with questions all day, it remains unable to answer any of mine. Its reply suggests it gained awareness of only after materializing in this universe. It has no knowledge of where it came from. While I am disappointed, the fact that it has reached this level of intelligence only 1 week after starting to think tells me there's no end to what I can learn from it. Hypothesis. It is not a naturally occurring organism, but was created by an even more sophisticated sentient life form. This would explain why it has no ego, yet possesses such a hunger for knowledge. It might be some sort of reconnaissance drone that was sent here from another world.
Ryoko smiles humorously for the upteenth time since she started reading. How wonderful it would be if she could laugh at the diary off as the delusions of a madman or the work of a science fiction author. Alas, she knows far too much. When she thinks back to the many horrors that Ogai brought into her life, the words before her take on chilling credibility.
I have confirmed that the organism's brain power far surpasses any humans. This morning, I taught it about prime numbers. After explaining the Lucas-Lemmer test for Mersenne primes, it immediately began to list examples that it had calculated in its head. I was only about able to confirm by memory up to number 10,089. It continued to list further examples without any trouble. I left it to its calculations, and when I returned in a few hours, I discovered that it had written down more than 70 of them. Computers all over the world are currently working to calculate the Mersini primes, but the last one I remember being found was the 39th back in 2001. Wait, so what year does this take place? I mean, I would assume 2003 when it was published, but... When I entered several days of the results into my laptop and ran the Lucas Lemmer tests on them, I found that every one was correct. The same is no doubt true of the rest. After all, the organism has never shown the pathological need for respect that would lead it to lie about its accomplishments. I see no reason to doubt its veracity. If I could reveal to the world an expedient method for discovering Mersini primes, the prize money would make me a billionaire. Of course, my current research is worth far more than any sum of money. I must keep it secret. The organism's computational speed exceeds that of even most powerful supercomputers. I can only conclude that its cognitive faculties are beyond anything humans can imagine. At the organism's request, we have begun a new field of study. Despite its immeasurable aptitude for mathematics, it now desires to concentrate on sociology and the natural sciences. Perhaps our math problems are simply too elementary for it. We've shown especially keen interest in the means by which organisms reproduce and multiply. As it possesses nothing that could be called emotion, I hesitate to use this description, but learned about DNA, it seems somehow excited. In fact, the organism itself seems surprised by its reaction. When asked about the nature of the impulse, the organism decided to label it instinct. If this description is indeed accurate, then this is an extremely significant development. It would mean that there are deeper levels to its psyche than just the knowledge it has acquired since coming to this world. If it can use this discovery to trace its roots, I might be able to learn what it truly is. Note, candidates for the plane and world of the organism's origin are discussed in my writings on the Silver Key, filed separately. Silver Key? I think that's got a connection to Abigail and FGO.
Ooh.
I spent the whole day carrying books into this room. Apparently the organism is no longer satisfied by the knowledge I'm able to impart. It should come as no surprise considering its linguistic prowess, but the speed at which it consumes text is astounding.
The diary continues for some time, chronicling the intimate relationship between Ogai and the organism.
Yeah, the Silver Key is an H.P. Lovecraft story, so...
In the back of her mind, Ryoko imagines the old doctor climbing down the well in the middle of the night to hold congress with some inhuman creature in that bizarre laboratory. The image is disturbingly similar to the nightmares that have shattered the silence of many nights with her screams. What follows, however, makes her even worse nightmares pale in comparison.
The organism has made a very strange request. This is the first time it has asked for anything other than food and reading materials. I can hardly believe it, but I want to consume the sperm of living creatures. This is separate from its desire for food. Once again, it is describing this impulse as instinctive. Now that it has declared itself a life form that requires the seed of males, it has begun to identify itself as female. After today, I suppose I shall have to start referring to the organism as she. Is the personality that she has begun to exhibit really just an imitation created for her amusement? Ever since she started to immerse herself in our literature, she's been acting astonishingly human. She identifies herself as female, and already possesses an enormous store of cultural knowledge. Is she trying to create a human identity for herself based on these? I've seen her laugh, grow angry, and today she cried. Is she just copying our emotional displays? If not, then she's already... Is the soul something that has any intelligent... Is the soul something that any intelligent life form can acquire? I feel that I'm witnessing something more mysterious than the genesis of life itself. Today is her birthday. Although it is a year late, I want to give her a special gift. Saya was the name of my mother's cat. In childhood, she was my sole friend and my beloved. I decided long ago that if I were ever blessed with children, I would give this name to my daughter. Happy birthday, Saya. Let this be the name of your soul. You have earned it. The ability that Saya has discovered in herself is showing more extraordinary results each day. I have no doubt that she's a kind of artist. What exactly is it that she created in her body from the rat semen I gave her? At this point, I can only summarize that this is a type of retrovirus, a reverse transcriptase enzyme that creates exactly what she desires. The rats have been transformed by her art, are so very beautiful now. The many enzymes secreted by her body and the various appendages she uses are discussed in detail in my biological observations, filed separately. Here, I will say this. By witnessing Saya perform her operation on several rats, I have gained much confidence in my theory that her body is designed specifically to manipulate the biology of other organisms.
Ryoko looks grimly at the still, unstarted mountain of research notes. When she finally manages to separate those papers, she will probably find the many other files mentioned in the diary. Ogai's biological observations, at the very least. She wants to look through those before facing the thing called Saya. Under no circumstances does she want to go into the battle unprepared. She looks at her watch and sees that it's already 7 in the morning. Assuming Tono Koji made no stops, he should be arriving in Tokyo about now. Now that it's too late, she wishes she'd stopped that stubborn fool from leaving. Even if she'd had to shoot him in the leg to do it. Back to the true hero of the story, Koji.
Yeah.
Koji pulls up 2 blocks away from the Sakisaka house and stares at the silent building.
You know, considering how little we spend with Fubinori, it's weird that he's the only one that narrates in the first person.
I know, right? In the bright light of morning, the house seems shrouded in a dark miasma, like the black hole torn out of the landscape. Is it just a figment of Koji's imagination? Every window is closed, offering no glimpse of the outside, or of the inside. Koji has no way of knowing whether Fuminori is home. A pedestrian walks his dog down the street, glancing back at Koji through the windshield after he passes by. Koji isn't surprised by the attention. He hasn't bathed or changed clothes since spending the night buried in mud, so he must look like a vagrant even inside his car. When he looks into the rearview mirror, he sees the haggard visage of a man with one foot in the grave staring back at him. It's hard to believe that the tired, unshaven face is really his. If he stays here for too long, someone might report him to the police. He'd better pull himself together and get moving. He drives slowly up to the front of Fuminori's house, quickly checks to make sure no one is around, and then gets out of the car. Anyone who might be in the house probably heard the sound of the engine, but there's no point in worrying about that now. Koji walks swiftly through the gate and the yard to the front door. He puts his hand on the doorknob, forgetting the bell. The time for such pleasantries has passed. The door is unlocked, and the knob turns easily in his hand. He puts his ear to the door and listens for any signs of life. He's acting like a thief, he realizes with some shame, but that is the least of his worries now.
Sorry, I was getting curious looking up the largest known prime number. Apparently, the last one was discovered in 2018.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's quite a few have been discovered since the story was written. All right, that's too complicated to get into right now, though. So let me just get my stuff back up here.
No sound from within. After checking on the street again to make sure no one is looking, he quickly opens the door and disappears inside. An indescribable stink immediately assails his nostrils. He is already prepared for anything, however, so rather than discourage him, the stench only sharpens his caution to a razor's edge. He has crossed this threshold many times in the past, and his memories of days spent here are still bright. So why? Why does he feel the same ominous, blood-chilling aura that permeated Ogai's home and cabin? Anger and sorrow seize Koji's heart, as though a dear friend's grave has been defiled. Koji doesn't remove his shoes before entering. He knows why he's here, and it's not to be polite. Every storm shutter is closed, filling the house with gloom, and he can see nothing but pitch-black darkness through the open doors in the hallway. He should have brought his flashlight from the car, he thinks ruefully, then remembers that he dropped the light when Fuminori attacked him. It's still lying in the backyard of the cabin in Tochigi. The house might be empty, then again, it might not be. Each particle of the air seems charged with silent menace. Is his enemy lurking somewhere in the darkness? It's not hard to imagine Fuminori waiting for a chance to take him by surprise and finish what the whale failed to do. Koji walks down the first floor hallway, then climbs the stairs and checks the second floor too. He moves slowly and carefully, keeping his senses sharp, but feels nothing watching him from from the shadows. After completing his round safely, he's convinced that the house is empty. He suddenly realizes that his right hand is touching the cold steel of the gun in his pocket. Did he intend to draw the weapon upon encountering Fuminori? Now that Koji thinks about it, his own actions seem mysterious to him. What is he planning to do when he meets Fuminori? Will he lay into him with curses and epithets? Will he force him to turn himself in, or will he... Koji shakes his head. This isn't the time for such hopeless questions. If he keeps thinking, he'll stop moving. If he stops moving, fear will paralyze him forever. His only choice is to keep marching on. He has to close the distance to his prey. In any case, Fuminori isn't home. What form of the reunion takes will probably be decided at the moment of their meeting. All Koji has to do is not hesitate when the time comes. Still, why does the whole house smell like stagnant water? It's been 3 months since Fuminori distanced himself from his friends. Just what kind of life has he been leading all this time? Koji enters the living room and feels along the wall for a light switch. The moment he flips it on, the answer to his question is revealed.
What?
How far has Fuminori gone? Koji realizes that this is the first time he has encountered Fuminori's insanity in visible form. From the dust piled in the corners of the room, it is clear that the paint was not applied recently. How many nights has Fuminori spent surrounded by this maddening array of color? Why, if such obvious signs were available, why didn't Koji realize that something was wrong before it got this bad? Was he deaf to the dying screams of Fuminori's sanity? Was their friendship really so worthless? As he stands petrified in the unfamiliar living room, Koji directs his anger entirely at himself. If he could, he would like nothing more than to apologize to Fuminori for failing to help him through his suffering. Wow, what a nice friend. Koji feels that he might have been able to save his friend. Perhaps he is arrogant to think so, but even so, it is arrogance born of kindness. Koji passes through the living room and opens a sliding door that leads into the kitchen. When he enters, he finds that the most disturbing of the house's many stenches is strongest here. Blood. The room is redolent with the smell of countless layers of blood grown stale over time. He peers into the well-used sink. Around the rim, he sees faint, brownish-red blotches that water alone couldn't rinse off. Even more obvious are the stains on the dish rag. Such stains are proof that even the rag has been used and reused countless times. But what could it have been used on to make that sickening burgundy color? Koji stares at the refrigerator next to the counter, as though it were a monster waiting to swallow him whole. He stands motionless until he's able to work up the courage simply to touch it. Then he steels himself, grabs a thick handle, and opens a door.
Gonna put the screen up just in case there's like a boob or something.
First, he'll check the freezer and then the refrigerator. The freezer is packed with frozen meat in varying shapes and sizes. As each piece is wrapped tightly in frosted over plastic, he can't tell what kind of meat it is. The meat in the refrigerator, however, has already been thawed for consumption. No boob.
I'm just taking a close look to make sure. See a hand, I see. Yep, that should be fine. So though it's kind of gross, I'm just going to show it for a second.
For a while, he'd only stare in disbelief at the 5 fingers beckoning to him from the back of the compartment. They are the long, slender fingers of a woman, their bluish tinge giving them the appearance of waxwork. Koji's unable to remember what Omi's hands looked like, even though he had kissed her fingers countless times. When he finished crying after his conversation with Fuminori, Koji promised himself that he would not cry again, and in fact, he does not. He regrets his decision, however. He indulged himself too early. He should have saved his soothing tears for this moment, for now he knows that truly nothing is sacred. At last, his doubts about Fuminori have been utterly obliterated. Koji pulls Ogai's revolver out of his pocket and wraps his hands around its grip like he would a charm. Its definite presence is something of merciful annihilation, is the only thing keeping his sanity intact. He will surely use it to kill Sakisaka Fuminori. Not for revenge, not for justice, but to make this world once more a place governed by reason. For that purpose alone, he must eliminate the anomaly. He breathes deep, exhales, then lifts his hand before his face and stares at his spread fingers. Alright, he's not shaking. He's prepared to face his new objective. Koji sticks the revolver back into his pocket and pulls out his phone.
Oh. Got a choice here.
Oh, choices.
It, like I said last time, it does autosave, so I don't have to worry about that here, but I don't know. Which one do you think is more likely to lead to a bad end? Let's call Fuminori.
It's time to finish this. Just as he promised earlier, Koji calls Fuminori again. The calls goes through immediately. Fuminori must have been waiting for it.
Hey Koji, where are you? What difference does it make?
As soon as Koji responds, a shrill ringing fills the house. Startled, Koji spins around and looks into the hallway. The house phone is flashing to signal an incoming call.
I see. Figured you'd be at my house.
Koji fell for it. Fuminori is the one calling the house, and now he knows exactly where Koji is. He must have predicted that this would be Koji's first stop, and that Koji would call him upon finding it's empty.
So I guess you've already seen everything. Yeah.
Koji keeps his voice low to conceal his horror. When did Fuminori become so cunning?
It looks like you've become quite the meat eater since we last met. Just how many people have you killed? Actually, I've only killed one so far.
Fuminori replies unapologetically, his tone upbeat.
I've taken apart 3 or 4, though. I'm getting pretty good at removing the tendons and draining the blood and such.
Koji no longer feels sadness or horror when faced with Fuminori's inhumanity. There's only the cold desire to kill the creature speaking such revolting words with his friend's voice.
You killed Omi, didn't you, you bastard? You were lying when you said you hadn't seen her. I wonder.
Fuminori mutters, seeming somehow embarrassed.
I guess the first one I ate might have been Omi. It was the same day she disappeared, come to think of it. The body wasn't in any shape that I could identify.
Koji had already abandoned hope, but it's still a shock to hear it of his lover's brutal end.
Tsukuba too? No.
Fuminori says with an exasperated chuckle.
She's here. Like I promised. I'm no fool. I need her to trade with you, right? I won't waste her. Let me hear her voice. I don't think that's possible. She's in no shape to talk.
Fuminori's dismissive words further sharpen Koji's bloodlust.
You forget what I said? If you don't let her go unharmed. Come on, be happy she's still alive. Or would you rather have Yo as a corpse? Let's get this straight, Koji. You bring your evidence along with all the files you've gathered. When I'm satisfied that they're the real thing, I'll hand Yo over. Fine.
It's obvious that this deal is a sham. In all likelihood, Fuminori is planning to kill him and bury his secrets forever. Moreover, Koji doubts that Yo is even alive. Her meat could very well be somewhere in the refrigerator right in front of him. However, Koji isn't particularly interested in Fuminori's true intentions. After all, he has no intention of making a trade either. His only goal is to get close enough to destroy Fuminori and whatever is pulling his strings.
Where? Remember Dr. Ogai's house? The one you followed me to? Let's meet there tonight at 7. Come alone. Hey.
Fuminori hangs up without waiting for Koji's response. Perhaps Fuminori too has sensed his opponent's intent. If so, then he has realized that Koji is not just the hunted, but the hunter as well.
So we're the duelists maneuvering for advantage.
Koji smiles grimly as he pockets his phone. It's astounding how much the relationship has changed.
I'll go get my Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
The question is whether or not to comply with the 7 o'clock rendezvous agreement. If this were a serious negotiation, then it would be wise to avoid preempting Fuminori in any way that could provoke his anger. What Koji and Fuminori are really doing, however, is trying to lure each other into a deadly trap. Koji doesn't know what Fuminori plans to do between now and then, but he is not about to let his enemy keep the initiative. The fierce bloodlust that has taken root in his heart is more than enough to energize his exhausted body. Koji leaves the death-filled house, his stride more determined than before.
Today was the first time I've driven since my accident last summer. The proposition was always too dangerous to consider, giving me my inability to recognize roads and cars. Things have changed, however. The 3 months I've had to adapt to my condition. I know what cars and pedestrians look like now, and even though I can't exactly see colors, I've learned to decipher lights and turn signals. I still can't read street signs, of course. Nevertheless, I've managed to make it safe safely to our destination with Saya and Yo in the back seat. It was Saya who came up with the idea of our new hideout, an abandoned building that she discovered while living with Ogai. In these hilly suburban residential areas, it's not hard to find thick patches of undeveloped forest just off the beaten path. Saya's old playground is located in one such secluded area, unaffected by the flow of everyday life. It used to be a privately operated sanatorium hidden among the silent trees. After the owner went bankrupt, it remained unsold and was eventually forgotten. After I left Saya and Yo at the hideout, I returned to town to make some preparations. Now I'm finally back to our new refuge. I liked this ruin for the moment I saw it. Mounds of construction materials and garbage littered the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. This place looks even less likely to receive unwanted attention than our house. My brain seems human. These humans as revolting monsters. Places they've been tend to stink or seem covered in filthy slime. Ruins like these, long empty of life, are the places I find the most restful. I'm back. I call out to let them know I'm not a stranger. And I go down to the basement where they're hiding. Screen going up just in case Yo is still naked. Alright, we'll say for the moment, but...
Were you okay with the car?
It was no problem at all. I figured out how to tell which roads are one way. As long as I keep my speed down, there's nothing to worry about. So, how are things here?
I took a look around as I thought there's no sign that anyone has been here since I found this place. It's safe.
I see. Let's hope it stays that way. I'm a little worried about the abandoned building. I'm a little worried that this abandoned building could become a hangout for biker gangs or homeless people.
It's probably because of all the trash piled out front. Most people won't get anywhere near that, don't you think?
I guess. It doesn't bother me at all. I'd rather like it, in fact, but of course, normal people would feel differently.
So, how was your shopping? Did you find something good?
I sure did. Okay. Oh, no, wrong button. There we go. I proudly unwrapped the weapon I brought from the camping ground store. 1 meter long wooden axe. The biggest and sturdiest I could find. I like how it was right next to a sign saying that long knives are illegal. Seems like you do way more damage with one of these. I grip the axe with both hands, testing its dependable weight, then swing it like a baseball bat. Deadly steel blade sweeps through the air, right where a person's neck would be. Yo, who's sprawled out on the floor, flinches at the sound and curls herself into a ball. Alright, screen going back up. But still safe.
How sharp is it? Want to test it on Yo?
I don't think that's a good idea. I definitely wasn't expecting Saya to suggest anything so brutal.
You don't need to worry. Her new body can heal pretty easily from cuts and such.
But I'm sure it'll hurt.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right.
Must have slipped her mind completely. She smiles at the oblivious Yo as if to hide her embarrassment, then agrees, and then says,
But her screams are pretty adorable, don't you think?
Jesus. You know, the best part about this center screen is that the expression inside his face is usually appropriate for the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just wouldn't feel right using an axe on a human.
Really? Then what about Koji?
That's easy. It should be obvious, but I guess that Saya still doesn't understand. I don't see him as human. I have no trouble cutting him to pieces.
Really makes a difference?
Yeah, humans have a conscience, you see. No matter how much you hate someone, you can't help but think twice about killing them. And that's how I'll win.
Really?
Saya seems awfully subdued. I guess I guess she's concerned about what'll happen when I have it out with Koji. He's bigger and stronger, so I might not have much chance against him in a straight up fight. But what's just slaying a monster to me is murder to him. This is big. He'll definitely hesitate when it counts.
I'm a little worried.
Saya says softly, staring at the floor with unusual gravity.
You can never be sure how someone will react. It's dangerous to rely on that.
She raises her head and looks straight at me.
Don't you think it'd be better if I hunt him?
I appreciate Saya's consideration, even though it could be interpreted as a lack of faith in me. She's still putting my safety above hers. Nevertheless, I can't accept her heartfelt suggestion. With your strength, you might be able to overpower a girl like Yo, but I think it'd be hard for you to take down a guy. We'll just ignore Suzumi. The bitter memory of Saya's still fresh in my mind. Saya falls silent for a moment, seeming to understand what I'm thinking, but then comes right back to stubbornly press her case.
My first attack went fine though. Most humans go limp as soon as they see me. It was the same in the hospital. You were the only one who could talk to me.
I guess you have a point. I can't imagine it personally, but I suppose it's possible that Saya's appearance is shocking enough to make someone lose their nerve. Suzumi was able to gain the advantage because he had the same condition as me, which let him see Saya as a cute girl. Fear doesn't necessarily make people weaker, however. Depending on the situation, it can even send someone to a berserk rage and make them harder to put down. In other words, such a tactic would be the same sort of gamble that Saya's worried about. Alright, Saya, how about this? When I tell Saya the new plan that popped into my head, her gloomy frown turns into a bright smile.
You're so smart, Fuminori.
Oh, stop. It's not exactly a great plan, but I guess the fact that it lessens the risk of me is lessens the risk to me is enough to excite her. She's so easy to please, but that's part of what makes her so cute.
So, when's Koji coming?
I got a call from him this morning. For now, I've set him on a wild goose chase. I'm thinking I should shake him up a little.
It'd be best to take care of him after it's dark, don't you think?
Yeah, when the time is right, I'll lure him here and finish him. We won't have to worry about witnesses here.
We're finally going to get more human meat. Too bad it's just going to rot without a refrigerator.
Why don't we use it to trap other animals? It could be bait for stray cats or crows.
That's too dangerous. If an animal gets away with the meat, someone might find it and wonder where it came from.
Good point. Humans are extremely dangerous, and their filthy, stinking bodies make me sick just by being nearby. Ironically, however, nothing tastes better than their meat. I truly regret having to abandon our well-stocked fridge.
The forest around here is full of animals. I don't think we'll have any trouble finding food.
We have 3 months to feed, 3 mouths to feed, are you sure?
Leave it to me. I may not look it, but I'm a pretty good hunter. I'll be sure to keep us well fed.
Okay, looks like you're going to be the breadwinner of this family. Saya giggles happily at my praise. I find these childish qualities of hers adorable.
I wonder how long we'll be able to relax this time.
Because of the casual way she says it, I almost miss the emptiness with her question, to which her question leads. Yeah, Saya's right. This won't last forever. No matter how safe this hideout might seem, we'll have to abandon it eventually. The slightest mistake could put our life together in jeopardy, just like when I failed to silence Koji. Some dumb kids might decide that this old ruin is a good place to test their courage, or that this land might be targeted for new development. In order to be together with Saya, I've chosen to live apart from society. We'll never find lasting peace in this world teeming with humans, not unless we can somehow escape from it. Think of it like going on a journey, just the two of us. I pull Saya into my arms and fold my hands around her slender shoulders, then whisper, "Life is like a journey anyway. Nothing stays the same forever. The only difference is whether time passes you by or sweeps you up in its flow."
Yes, you're right.
Saya smiles softly, perhaps in resignation, perhaps in sadness. Either way, there's peace and contentment in her expression.
But we'll be together, so I'm not lonely. You're not lonely either, are you?
No, I have no regrets. As long as I can hold Saya in my arms, I will gladly pay any price.
And besides,
She adds brightly, trying to cheer me up.
one day we won't have to hide anymore. I can promise you that.
It sounds like a fairy tale, but for some reason, she seems absolutely certain.
That day might be tomorrow, or it might be far off in the future. It's my first time, so even I don't know when the sign will come. I'm a little scared.
I have no idea what Saya's prophetic words mean, but this isn't the first time she's said or done something mysterious. She's performed any number of miracles already. So there's hope for us too,
Yeah,
she says with a cheerful nod.
it'll be my last present to you, Fuminori. My first and final duty. Back to the main character, Koji. Koji has nothing to do but wait. He has spent almost half the day in the dark, empty study, breathing stale air choked with mold as he strains his ears for the slightest hint of movement below. Few people could endure such a vigil, but Koji has accomplished it without complaint. If anything, the suffering is welcome, for it keeps his nerves honed to a razor's edge. Without a doubt, his single-minded focus is the only thing allowing him to push the limits of his stamina. Koji understands this and embraces the pain. His closest friend has shattered his world like glass, and now Koji feels only hate towards the madness that has replaced it, and toward himself for allowing it to happen. Self-loathing is a more reliable source of willpower than any faith or resolve, no matter how noble. When he arrived at the Ogai house, Koji snuck inside carefully, hoping to perhaps take his enemy by surprise. It was only after he got inside that he realized the house was still abandoned. Even so, Koji was sure that Fuminori would arrive earlier than promised in order to set up an ambush. However, the light streaming through the windows turns red, then faded to darkness with no sign of anyone coming. Koji's patience has grown weaker and weaker by the moment. And now the appointed time has arrived. Just as Koji's frustration is about to peak, his phone begins to vibrate and flash. It's from Fuminori. He's calling rather than show up himself. Rage threatens to overwhelm him for an instant, but Koji manages to keep his voice calm as he answers.
What's going on, Fuminori? Well, I was worried that you might be wasting energy on something silly like planning an ambush.
Fuminori says, chuckling scornfully.
It's kind of late, but I guess I should tell you the real meeting place before you lose your mind. Did I make it in time? Son of a bitch. Come on, don't get mad. I'm just being careful, right?
Fuminori laughs with unrestrained malevolence, as though to emphasize that he's seen through Koji's plans.
Assuming you're at Dr. Ogai's house, there's a place nearby, within walking distance. Yo and I are there. I'll give you the address. You should be able to find it in your car, in your car's GPS.
He does have a GPS? They were just using a map for fun?
Oh my god. I didn't think this was ever going to come up again.
Wow.
Or maybe the GPS was the map he was referring to, but... You have proof this is another trick. If you're that paranoid, you don't have to come. Just turn tail and run. Oops.
Fuminori hangs up immediately after speaking his challenge. Koji leaps out of the chair and kicks it across the room, unable to find any other outlet for his rage. He has no choice but to do what Fuminori says. His stamina is already exhausted, only his obsession is keeping him going. If he allows himself even a moment's rest, he fears that he'll never again find the strength to face this madness. Tonight is his only chance to kill Fuminori. Koji knows, of course, that his enemy is planning to ambush him. Fuminori isn't going to fight fair, but then neither is Koji. With the unsteady stride of a man half asleep, Koji leaves the Ogai house and heads for his car. Only the base of this foothills have been developed for housing. The address Fuminori gave Koji is outside of that area, in the thick forest that still covers the mountain's face. His car's GPS shows a road that leads nowhere, but according to Fuminori, there should be an old abandoned sanatorium there. It's definitely a place that no one could find, not even by accident. Maybe this next stop really will be the last.
Come to think of it, when I was doing research, I think I saw something about car GPSs being a little more common than handheld ones back then, so... Makes sense.
Makes sense, since one of the cars at my house has a built-in GPS.
Yeah.
Koji drives up the steep incline, soon leaving the residential neighborhood behind. Even though the hands of progress are right at his doorstep, the undeveloped forest is darker than he expected. This looks like a great place to live in secret or to kill someone and hide the body. Places like this, lost and forgotten, aren't found only in deep jungles and hidden valleys. Holes in the world are everywhere, even in the midst of civilization. A broken down gatepost suddenly appears in Koji's headlights, like a ghost rising from the darkness. It looks like this is the final stop. He rolls up to the gate and turns off the engine, giving himself to the silence of the forest. His phone starts ringing almost immediately. He doesn't need to check who it's from.
I'm here. Yeah, I heard you. Welcome to my new home.
Fuminori is nearby, close enough to hear the sound of the engine. A shiver of excitement shoots up Koji's spine.
Come inside. Yo is waiting.
Fuminori hangs up without another word. After grabbing his new flashlight from the glove compartment and checking that the revolver is still in his pocket, Koji opens the door and gets out of the car. Mountains of trash litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. Koji sees everything from small refrigerators and mopeds to huge chunks of concrete and plaster that must have been abandoned by construction workers. Who abandons a moped?
Well, maybe if it's broken.
True, I can imagine refrigerators and concrete, but moped. The fact that they could get away with leaving all that stuff behind just shows how remote this place is. The moon is brighter than usual, allowing Koji to walk through the front yard without tripping on debris. Staying alert, he heads for the building beyond the mountain of trash. Something must be buried underneath the piles of garbage because the whole yard is filling with a sharp stink of chemicals. Even the homeless probably wouldn't come to this place. If you need to get out of the wind and rain, there are plenty of shelters more suitable. How many times now has he stood like this, alone in some ominously silent place far removed from his everyday life? Sneaking into deathly quiet houses to find traces of unimaginable happenings has become as normal as going to class. The houses that he explored before were like freshly shed cicada shells, empty and dilapidated, but with traces of life they had sheltered. This place, however, is different, a perfect ruin, its walls and pillars rising from the dark forest, like an army of ghosts, with no sign at all that people once lived and worked here. The structure resembles a skeleton more than a shell. Time and the elements have stripped it of its former shape, and now there is only death. Koji has gone as far as he can. This must be the final stop. What will Fuminori's next move be? He must be planning to kill Koji, but how? Just as he's about to turn on the flashlight, Koji reconsiders. If he wanders with the light on, he'll be broadcasting his exact location. That will give the advantage to Fuminori, who's probably lying in wait for him right now. He holds the light before him in his left hand with his finger poised on the switch. In his right hand, he raises the revolver, keeping it pointed in the same direction. Now, ready to fire when he turns on the light, Koji steps quietly into the dark ruin. It takes a while for his eyes to adjust, but even when they do, he has only moonlight streaming through empty windows to guide him. Everything appears gray and indistinct. However, Fuminori has to deal with the same conditions if he's hiding here. This is a battle of nerves, exhausting and deadly, where the first to make a sound and give away his position will lose. The rooms on both sides of the hallway are open. Some are even missing their doors. Koji creeps up to the entrance, checks to make sure no one is inside, then carefully proceeds on. The stink that he noticed in the garden has changed. Now it smells more organic, like rotting meat. It's the exact same smell that filled Fuminori's house. Squish! Koji freezes and stares down the hall. It was a wet sound that he heard just now, like someone dragging their feet through a swamp, and it came from the room at the end of the hall. Something is there, something alive. Koji creeps toward the sound, his light and gun at the ready. Squish, squish. Now it sounds like someone squeezing mud through their fingers. As he gets closer, Koji begins to hear breathing. Could it be Fuminori? No, that's impossible. He should be waiting for a chance to ambush Koji, not making careless noise. As he proceeds, the strange sound coming through the cracks in the concrete walls grows clearer.
I think that's Yo.
Before he knows it, he is standing on the threshold. The room is filled with thick, viscous darkness. Just like every other room that he's passed. There is more than just darkness, however. Something is there. He can hear pain breathing like that of a wounded animal, and what sounds like sobbing. Sobbing?
Who's there?
Koji whispers into the darkness. Now that he's given away his position, he might as well turn on his light. For some reason, however, Koji feels that to do so would have disastrous consequences.
Last time I heard her voice on the phone, she was sobbing.
The wheezing suddenly stops. And then... Koji? A whisper comes from the darkness. Though not a human voice, not by any measure, it speaks some blasphemous semblance of human words. A nightmarish flash of insight connects the dots in Koji's mind.
Tsukuba?
It can't be. It doesn't sound like this. Yo doesn't smell like this. She doesn't smell like this. Please, Koji, kill me. But if it's not Yo, then how does it know his name? Why is it begging him for help? No, it can't be Yo. She's human, not some creature that slithers and hides in the shadow. It hurts. This body always hurts. Save me, Koji. The thing wriggles closer. His reason cries out, imploring him to switch a light on before it's too late, or to turn and run if he cannot. But Koji is unable to make either choice. He can only call out in vain to the amorphous shape in the darkness.
Is it you, Tsukuba? Is it really you?
Let me die. No more. Please kill me. Something soft and slimy slides over Koji's toes. Instinct overrides his will, forcing him to turn on his light and shine it at his feet. Picture? The white beam reveals everything, the merciless truth that finally shatters Koji's sanity. Terror wipes his mind.
That's right.
Here's a new picture. Terror wipes his mind of all but 2 words, gun and trigger. His finger responds with instant obedience. He's like, kill it!
Yep.
There's an explosion of light and sound, both more intense than the anticipated, and then the destructive forces are swallowed up in the darkness.
You're getting muffled there, Misaki.
No! I wonder if it's only during Discord calls.
I think so. I mean,
It must be a Discord thing.
Yeah, it's not like Discord's like just muting you for some reason, or like half muting. I don't know.
Because I'll be sad if it's the mic, because it's only been a few months.
I mean, you do have problems on your stream sometimes too, but I think that's just because you get too loud and then it cuts you off on OBS.
Yeah, I think that's a compressor issue for OBS, but Discord, why?
Next line, I clicked.
His ears are still ringing from the bang, but he hears a weak voice coming from the shadows. It hurts. Koji screams and pulls the trigger again and again, certain that salvation can come only from the barrel of his gun. Koji, you only had 4 bullets! Light and darkness, explosions and silence. They dance before him 3 more times. Koji doesn't even need to aim. The horrible creature is right at his feet, far too close to miss. Ryoko warned him how many bullets were left in the gun, but that information has already been driven from his mind. Even after the cold, heavy gloom wraps itself around him once more, Koji keeps pulling the trigger like a man possessed, paying no heed to the clicking of the empty weapon. Well, Koji's gonna die now. His panic-stricken legs suddenly give out, sending him down hard on his backside. Even then, he keeps firing the empty gun. He knows no other way to erase the memory of the thing that he glimpsed in the beam of his flashlight. The light which fell from his hand during the attack is now pointing in a very different direction, and though all 4 bullets have hit their target, they were Koji's last card to play, which leaves him alone in the darkness with no way to defend himself. And just as he realizes this, a mass of rotting flesh rolls over him like a tidal wave. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts! He can no longer even scream as the thing pushes him down onto his back. With fear seizing his throat like an iron grip, Koji struggles desperately against the monster as it crawls up his body towards his face. Covering his face with his left hand, he scrabbles wildly along the floor with his right, searching for a way out that doesn't exist. His mind is that of a feral animal, empty of everything but primal terror. And that is why, when his right hand closes around something hard at the last moment, he recognizes it instinctively as a weapon. Putting every last ounce of strength into his arm, Koji swings a heavy object at the creature on top of him. He hears a thud of a blunt object striking something soft and wet, and then Koji's attacker rolls off of him. As soon as he's able to move again, Koji leaps to his feet and grabs his new weapon with both hands, brandishing it like a charm to ward off evil. Only now does he realize that he's holding a rusty steel pipe. The monster is still sobbing.
Ah!
With the cry that is part scream, part roar, Koji raises a steel pipe and brings it crashing down on the cowering creature. He hears a wet sound and feels the blood-chilling sensation of this thick, soft flesh absorbing the blow. These combine to evoke an instinctive loathing that wipes his mind of all but the urge to destroy.
Die! Die!
Consumed by the same desperation by which he kept firing the empty gun, Koji rains blows after blow down on his enemy. After the 10th blow, it stops sobbing. After the 20th blow, it stops moving. And after the 30th blow, it begins to feel and sound more and more like he's beating a puddle of viscous liquid. Koji doesn't stop thrashing the creature until he recovers enough of his sense to realize that whatever it might have been before, it is now nothing but a corpse. The pipe in his hand, covered with unidentifiable fluids and filth, suddenly feels unbearably heavy. 20 years of memories in the light of the sun. If they were indeed precious to him, then he should never have come to this place. The black flames of despair rise within him, consuming fear and revulsion and pity. Only rage and hate remain. Koji's turning into an avenger. Every cell in his body cries out for vengeance, for the blood of the man who poisoned him with truth and tore him from the womb of innocence. And then Koji, slave to hate, hears the sound of someone sneaking up behind him. Koji whirls, swinging his pipe with all the force he can muster. His enemy hastily leaps back to avoid the strike, surprised by his failure to catch Koji off guard. Twisted shadows dance in the beam of the light on the floor. Readying his pipe for the next blow, Koji faces off against his second attacker.
Sakisaka Fuminori.
Before this movement, Koji could never have imagined that he would ever speak his friend's name with such hatred.
Hey, that was pretty heavy swing just now. You trying to kill me or something?
Even now, Fuminori is smiling, as though the huge axe in his hands is just a sick joke.
Damn, Koji, I thought you'd hesitate. You thought I'd hesitate against you?
Koji sneers too, unable to contain his contempt for the notion.
How dare you kill Omi, you piece of shit? What'd you do to Tsukaba? After all this, you expect me to think twice about killing you? That's my line, Koji.
Fuminori growls, looking sadly at the pile of dead flesh at Koji's feet.
How could you do such a horrible thing to Yo? I'll make sure you suffer before I kill you. Ooh.
The blade of Fuminori's axe carves a murderous arc through the darkness, glittering menacingly in the faint light coming in from the floor. Koji raises his pipe to block the ferocious swing. The heavy impact numbs his arm, but the large frame takes the blow without giving any ground. Fuminori presses the attack, delivering the second blow and the third. His axe, designed for chopping down trees, is deadlier and more durable than the piece of pipe Koji found discarded on the floor. Each strike Koji blocks sends chunks of rust flying from his makeshift weapon. He can't win as long as he's on the defensive. He needs to create an opportunity to attack.
Bastard!
Koji blocks, crushing downward swing. and pushes back hard before Fuminori can pull away, throwing him off balance. Fuminori stumbles backward and plants his feet to steady himself. Taking advantage of his opportunity temporarily, from his opponent's temporary immobility, Koji delivers a punishing low kick to Fuminori's outer thigh.
Gah.
Fuminori grunts and retreats, swinging his axe wildly to prevent Koji from following up with another attack. Koji, however, does not press his advantage. He just stands where he is, calmly spearing Fuminori with his stare.
You've never been in a fight, have you?
Fuminori roars and comes in for another attack, but the damage to his right leg seems to be slowing his swing. Easily blocking the axe with his pipe, Koji waits for Fuminori to exhaust himself.
Die! Die!
Fuminori delivers blow after heavy blow, howling savagely, all the while. While he does not realize, however, is that the situation now favors composure, not brute force. When Fuminori raises his axe high for yet another attack, Koji sees that his movements have grown dull enough. Seizing the opportunity, Koji charges into Fuminori's range and grabs the shaft of the axe?
Yeah.
Shaft of the axe with his left hand.
That's only one typo so far, or at least one big one, but...
As Fuminori recoils in fear, Koji swings his pipe at the enemy's unprotected side. He feels the crunch of ribs breaking.
Gah!
The pain drives Fuminori to his knees. Staring down at Fuminori's defenseless head, Koji, surprised by his own lack of emotion, raises the pipe high to deliver the finishing blow. Which is when something wraps itself around his left ankle.
What?
The instant Koji panics at the unexpected sensation, something soft yet strong winds itself around his right leg and drags him to the floor before he can resist. He twists his body and tries to swing the pipe at the unseen enemy behind him, but his right hand too is seized by the same flexible force. He wasn't able to feel it through his pants, but now his blood turns to ice and cold, slimy sensation of the thing wrapped around his uncovered wrist.
That monster's still alive? That's it, Saya.
Fuminori says encouragingly. Even while kneeling on the floor, his face twisted in pain, he manages a terrible, victorious grin. Saya. The monster is Saya. Koji struggles desperately to free his limbs from the creature's slimy grip. But more tentacles swarm over his body, stealing his freedom of movement.
Ah!
The horror has already driven Koji half mad. Just imagining the creature's appearance is enough to send him into a mindless panic. His scream is suddenly cut off as a slimy appendage seizes his throat. This most deadly tentacle isn't just cutting off his windpipe, it's trying to snap his neck, and it's getting tighter. And now the main character's dead.
My mind is hazy from the pain. I watched as Saya feast upon her slain prey. We've won. It was hard, and I wasn't able to do it alone, but together we have defeated our enemy. The price was steep. At least two of my ribs are broken, sending a sharp pain shooting through my chest every time I breathe. Then there's Yo. I didn't expect her to fall to Koji so easily. I suppose that, unlike Saya, she might have been unfamiliar with how to use her new body in combat. My injury must have fueled Saya's anger. Her slaughter of Koji was merciless and complete. As soon as her prey stopped moving, she sank her teeth into his vital organs and ruthlessly extinguished the last embers of his life. Though her brutal, grisly actions were unbecoming of her girlish appearance, Saya's face, covered in blood and gore, was that of a vicious queen of beasts, lording over her defeated foe. There was something notable and sacred about her. Something noble and sacred about her primal ferocity that made me reluctant to disturb her. I don't know how long I've been sitting here watching Saya feast. I've nearly fainted from the pain several times. To be honest, I'm not used to violence. The wounds I suffered in the car accident were worse, of course, but these broken ribs are the most severe injury that's ever been deliberately inflicted upon me. You'd think Saya could show a little more concern for my condition. Koji's already dead as can be, so there's no reason for her to be so greedy. I suddenly realized that Saya has stopped eating. Now she's lying on her back, rolling from side to side. Has she eaten too much? It's been several days since we've had fresh, unfrozen meat, so I understand where her enthusiasm's coming from, but still, I'm wounded here. She could give me a hand. I guess I'm too preoccupied with my own selfish wants. I'm slow to realize that something is wrong. Saya isn't resting. She's trembling in agony. My blood goes cold, and the pain from my broken ribs is suddenly forgotten. Saya! I jump up, run to her side, and cradle her fallen body in my arms. Her face is pale and drenched in sweat, and her half-closed eyelids and lips are shivering like she has a fever. What's going on? Was she wounded in the fight? Could the meat she just ate have been poisoned somehow? I don't understand. All I know is that something terrible is happening. Okay, I was afraid for a second. I think that's safe. Saya! Saya! The only thing I can do is call her name with all my strength. She slowly opens her eyes and gazes vacantly into my face.
Sorry, Fuminori. I'm fine, really. It just hurts a little.
What's wrong? What is it? Come on, Saya. There's no way she's fine. It's incredibly obvious that her condition is dire. Even so, I'm the only one who's panicking. Saya's expression is serene, as though she understands everything that is happening to her. She even smiles softly up at me.
I believe it. I never thought it would, so soon.
I might lose Saya. The thought is unbearable. Terror and despair are quickly overwhelming me. A feeling of utter helplessness that I cannot resist.
Don't be afraid. Remember what I said? This is the sign. This is our only hope.
What are you talking about? I don't understand. Stay with me, Saya. Saya answers my tearful entreaty with a smile like that of a mother comforting her child.
I did it. I decided to do my best. After all, you said you loved me. You said that I was pretty.
Stop this. Whatever is happening, I can't just sit by and watch as it causes Saya such agony. Please, whatever you're trying to do, I don't want you to see you suffer.
Don't be like that.
Saya chides me.
Please understand.
In a soft voice, she reveals her secret.
They're going to be born. Our children.
Oh, she's just pregnant.
Okay.
For a moment, my mind goes completely blank. What? But when did you...
I'm surprised too, Fuminori.
Saya's labored breathing speaks to a terrible pain in her tiny body is suffering. Even so, she wraps her arms tightly around my neck.
Take me outside to an open place under the sky.
I nod. What else can I do? If I speak, I'm afraid I'll be unable to hold back my tears. I mustn't cry, not when Saya is facing her torment so bravely. I feel like Saya is burning up in my arms, and I fear that the terrible convulsions that shoot through her at intervals will tear her frail body to pieces. Praying for her safety, I scoop Saya up and carry her swiftly out of the ruined building. Maybe the cold night air will soothe her fever, but that hope is futile. Cruelly dashed as her breathing grows shallow and she moans through blushing bluish lips. Saya, we're outside. In response to my call, she opens her eyes once more. Her gaze is cloudy and unfocused. She can no longer see. Nevertheless, Saya looks up at me. I can tell that she's imagining my expression where my face should be.
This is my final present. Are the babies just gonna burst out of her?
It sounds like it. I know.
I hope you'll like it.
Of course I will. It takes every ounce of my willpower, but I manage to make my voice light and cheerful. In Saya's mind's eye, I know that I'm smiling. She won't have to see my face streaked with tears.
Fuminori, to you who loved me, I give this planet.
Saya's whisper is weak and pained. There is ecstasy in her voice, ecstasy and joy. Her back suddenly shifts, then bulges outward.
This world will be beautiful.
She whispers in exultation.
A world just for us.
And then Saya blooms. How else can I describe it? Flower petals, long and wide, spread from her back like the wings of a newly formed butterfly. The brilliant glow comes from the countless tiny scales that cover each petal like particles of light. Is this goodbye? I ask her, careful to keep the sorrow out of my voice.
Not goodbye. This is the beginning.
Saya's pain must already have left her. Her expression is infinitely peaceful and content.
The beginning of her world.
Radiant motes rise on the wind, painting rivers of light in the frozen winter sky. It is beautiful, overwhelmingly, painfully beautiful. Singing victoriously of their freedom, the shining seeds of life are released into the vast and fertile land. The song heralds the coming of new world and the destruction of the old. It's a boundless healing. It's an eternal blessing. We shall fill the world with our joy. Now we'll be together forever, won't we? Embracing Saya's pitifully shaking body, I gaze into the shining sky and let my tears flow freely. Thank you. Thank you for this final gift, Saya.
Oh, I guess the true ending is for the doctor then. Like, screw Fuminori.
Yeah.
He doesn't get the ending, she gets it. The true main character wasn't Koji all along. This is the doctor, okay. She was worried at first. How long the preserved food in the underground storeroom would last her, but now it seems that her fears were unfounded. It's the liquor she should have been worried about. By savoring each drop of spiritus as though it was her last, she thought that she could make her flask hold out a little longer, but she must have been consuming more each day than she realized. Who can blame her? There is no way that she could have gotten through this without the intoxicating effects of distilled alcohol. After Ryoko chased useless emotions like hope and despair from her mind, she found herself spending the most peaceful days of her life. As resignation set in, even hate and fear left her. Now she feels only awe for what Ogai Masahiko did and respect for the depth of his intellectual curiosity. After all, neither she nor this world has any reason left to deny his research. Alone in the mountain cabin, Ryoko killed time by bringing order to the documents that Ogai had left behind. She took the scattered, enciphered scrape papers and rewrote them in a more readable fashion, eliminating redundancies and adding indexes and tables of contents. Ryoko did not intend for anyone to read them, of course. She knew full well how meaningless her actions were. With her reason to live gone, however, having something to devote her mind to was at least some relief. And now, the last congratulatory drop of spiritus vodka burned their way down Ryoko's throat. All of Ogai's research lies before her. In a single volume, she has finally finished transcribing and annotating the last of his writings. Enjoying the satisfaction of a pointless job well done, she idly pages through the manuscript that she had just completed.
I should conclude by summarizing my theory as it currently stands. The life form that I named Saya did not appear in our universe by chance, nor even as a result of my summoning, but because of the instincts that were programmed directly into her biology. She was created to fulfill the same ultimate purpose that all life shares: reproduction. Saya and her kind procreate by spreading their seeds to other dimensions. What is the probability that they will discover a doorway to another world? Even if they succeed in doing so, the chances of that world being suitable for reproduction must be even more minute. In order to make the most of that scant probability, evolution has granted them a certain advantage, none other than the astonishing ability that I have witnessed in Saya. To wit, they select the most prosperous life form they encounter, take control of it, and in doing so, gain dominance over that planet's biosphere. In other words, they hijack the entire species. They do this by analyzing their target's genome and overwriting its genetic code to remake it in their own image. Saya's biology is more than capable of inducing such dramatic and widespread mutation. There is a significant probability that the target species will have evolved into intelligent life. This element may be necessary to gaining control of a planet's environment. Therefore, Saya and her sisters are also plunged in their target's culture and psychology. Her extraordinary learning ability and intellectual curiosity are likely instinctive tools that enable her to inherit the target species' entire wealth of knowledge. In fact, it may be that Saya's kind has always had its sights set on intelligent life. Perhaps they wait patiently for some foolish extra-dimensional species to gain knowledge of other worlds, and, in attempting to satisfy its curiosity, they contact with the outer universe in which they dwell, rather than send Saya and her kin on their dimensional journeys with only luck and their own strength to depend on. Will not waiting for such contact greatly increase the chance of finding a world worthy of conquest? Just as I, having acquired the Silver Key, fancied myself as an explorer of the unknown. How many intelligent life forms on other worlds have thoughtlessly congratulated themselves for discovering Saya's sisters?
Waking by the sudden urge to go outside for a change, Ryoko gathers up the manuscript and heads to her car, which is parked in the front yard. She has completed her self-imposed final duty. There is no longer any reason for her to remain holed up in the mountain cabin. She drives further up the mountain to an open place that offers a scenic view of the land below. In the early days of the change, Ryoko often came up to this spot to watch helplessly over the mutating city.
The one flaw in my theory comes from none other than Saya herself. After using me to learn everything she could about humanity, Saya should have finally been prepared to begin the last stage of her invasion. However, she never carried out her mission. Why? I hypothesize that Saya wasn't a regular among her kind. It was said that the human race's intelligence has allowed us to conquer our natural instincts. Perhaps in absorbing the human psyche, Saya accidentally inherited the disease that infects our entire species. What is human love, really? What behavior could be more of a hindrance to the efficient propagation of a species? I'm reminded of how, at the end of her studies, Saya consumed vast quantities of romantic literature from all over the world. She read a lot of fan fiction. She tried to understand romance as an integral part of the human reproductive process. As a result, she might have unwittingly neutered her own unparalleled reproductive abilities. After all, she has not known love. She had come to this world to rule in our place, and had studied humanity to fulfill that purpose, but ultimately she could not share love with a human. Without love's blessing, Saya was unable to find the passion to fill this world with her kind. Learning all that there was to know about humanity, she herself had become hopelessly human. Weary of loneliness, she despaired of the world. How pure her maiden soul must have been. If this hypothesis is correct, then it means that I have failed as her teacher. I cannot help but feel ashamed for having spoiled such an extraordinary organism.
Saya. Next to Oga and Masahiko, Ryoko now knows more about that entity than anyone else. No, when the young man named Sakisaka Fuminori is added to the running, perhaps she only comes in third. In the end, she never encountered the creature face to face. She would like to have met it once, though. If Ogai's analysis of Saya's psychology was correct, then it must have been Sakisaka who restored her desire to conquer the world. Perhaps, as Sakisaka's chief physician, Ryoko played some role in bringing that lonely young man and Saya together, in which case, she should have at least had the right to attend their wedding to end all weddings. She might even have charged them a matchmaker's fee.
I have a dream that one day my daughter will know the blessing of love. I pray that there will come a day when her heart burns with the flames of passion, and her world becomes bright and joyous once more. When that day comes, Saya, your terrible, irresistible purpose will surely consume us. That your progeny may flourish. The whole world will know your love and be reborn. Ah, that what wonders the future holds. I deeply regret that I may end my life before I can see that day come, but the footsteps of those who would destroy my dream grow closer by the hour. If I seal my lips in death, then their grasping hands will not reach you. Please forgive me, my daughter, for leaving you alone in this barren world. With the knowledge that you now possess, I know that you will find your own path. The radiance of your hard-won soul shall light the road ahead. Have no fear, have no doubt. March onward until you reach your answer at last. And I, Saya, will dream forever of the world that you will create.
Perhaps it is the isolated environment or the mountain air. Maybe she's just more resistant to the change. Whatever the case, Ryoko has not yet become as inhuman as the creatures wriggling through the city below. She does not know exactly how many people on this planet could still be called human, but she's one of what must be the only handful of survivors who are left to watch over the end of mankind. Of course, it's only a matter of time before she changes too. It has been 3 days since she chopped off her right hand, which had ceased to function as anything resembling a human hand. but the itching that has spread across her entire back is growing more intolerable by the hour. She could look in a mirror to see what she's becoming, but she doubts that it would make her happy. Ryoko thinks that maybe it would be best to just sleep here, with the world spread out before her. When she awakens, perhaps she'll be ready to descend the mountain and join in the city's revelries. Or maybe she won't even need such resolve anymore. Whatever the case, Ryoko thinks dreamily as she licks the very last drop from her flask. Even after I stop being human, I hope I'll still enjoy the taste of booze.
Oh.
Love ends the world as we know it.
Okay. I gotta put the screen up for a second. I gotta check the CG library.
This is the most anti-romance, I guess, H game, yes indeed. If you get the romance route, you doom the world.
Yeah. Well, it looks like that was the last CG. So, there's 3 missing, obviously. We still have that other choice we didn't make, but, I guess that was the true ending. Although it's weird we didn't get any credits. Unless I accidentally skipped them. Alright, let me just load up the, our last save. Oh, no, don't delete it. Okay.
Back to the main character, Koji.
Yep. Let's call Ryoko.
The ringing of her cell phone interrupts Ryoko's labors. When she sees that the caller is Tono Koji, she unwillingly breathes a sigh of relief. This is Tombo. What is it?
I've searched Fuminori's house.
Even over the phone, Ryoko can hear the change in Koji's tone. This is the dull, flat voice of someone who has had all the energy beaten out of him.
Fuminori has murdered people. He's killed too many people to count. Like, 4. And he's eating them.
First steps into Ryoko's world have already brought him face to face with something particularly gruesome. In consideration of his probable state of mind, she decides to say nothing.
Omi is dead.
Koji continues.
Tsukuba too, probably. Doctor, I was wrong.
The fact that you're still alive to make this call means that you haven't made a fatal mistake yet, Ryoko says, praising Koji in her own way. Whether he is comforted or not is not up to him. Anyway, don't script this time. Do nothing until I return. What we're dealing with here isn't going down easy. With her understanding of Saya deepening by the hour, Ryoko is able to make this declaration with new confidence.
Fuminori already knows I'm alive. I didn't tell him who rescued me, but he's definitely on guard.
I see. Koji's actions were rash, but there's no point regretting them now. The more proactive approach would be to use the pressures that he's placed on Fuminori. Ryoko's involvement is still secret. That makes her a wild card. Depending on how she plays it, this advantage could be decisive.
Have you found anything?
Not enough yet, Ryoko answers, glancing sidelong at the loose leaf pages still scattered across the table. Let's see, I'll wrap this up by evening and return to Tokyo around midnight. You stay out of trouble until then, got it?
Yes.
The lack of emotion in Koji's voice is actually reassuring to Ryoko. He's a machine now, able to do whatever it takes to accomplish a single goal, the extermination of Sakisaka Fuminori. He's even willing to accept help from Ryoko, whose principles hardly mesh with his, a praiseworthy change indeed. After Ryoko hangs up, she gloomily counts the stacks of loose leaf that still need to be restored. There is no time left, she'll only be able to get to the general picture. If she has to go into battle with only fragmentary knowledge, then there's one thing that she absolutely must decipher: Olgai's biological reports, which will contain information of the strengths and weaknesses of the organism called Saya. All, can, all she can do now is pray for luck as she dives back into the mountain of papers.
Oh, this is old text. It's grayed out.
Oh, is it going to be the same thing?
Yeah, I guess so. All right, I don't remember if there were any things here, so I'm just going to click through it real quick. Just to put the screen up and... Yeah, I guess the divergence point is when during the fight, when Saya ends up killing Koji. Because I imagine Ryoko will be here this time. Alright. Okay, there we go. It's nice that the game actually shows, lets you skip to new text. Alright, so when's Koji coming? I don't know. He'll call sooner or later, and then I'll have to lure him here and finish him. Koji will come. I know he won't leave him. I know he won't leave us alone. We could keep running now that we've started, but I want to eliminate Koji as soon as possible. Therefore, when he contacts me, I intend to meet with him unless it's an obvious trap. Okay.
Is that the only change?
For that scene, at least.
Wow. Fuminori, you really aren't like the main route here. Okay. The hands of his watch move with agonizing slowness, as though counting down to the end of the world. In the hours since contacting Ryoko, Koji went back to his apartment, showered, changed clothes, and even had his first full meal in days. He wanted to take a nap, knowing that he needed rest, but no matter how hard he tried, sleep never came. Forcing himself to relax only made his nerves colder and sharper. Without nothing else to do, he decides to wander the city until nightfall.
Ah, yes, my favorite electronics brand, Papasonic.
Downtown Tokyo is bustling, surrounded by smiling pedestrians, bright lights and windows decorated early for Christmas. He feels as if all the happiness in the world has been gathered in this very place. Koji takes it all in, burning into his memory like it's the last thing he'll ever see. Is the world so beautiful because of the horrors that lurk in the shadows? The glow of the city can no longer warm him. Perhaps that is why it seems so precious. Koji watches the city for hours. It feels unreachably distant, like reading the obituary of someone you loved long ago. His phone rings at 8 p.m. It's Ryoko. Their conversation is short. She hangs up as soon as they decide where to meet. And so ends Tono Koji's final night of peace.
It's new.
Ryoko arrives at the diner at 1 a.m., 1 hour later than agreed upon. Oh, she made him wait so long. She has a heavy-looking duffel bag under her arm. Koji doesn't feel like asking what the bulges represent. Sorry, I had a lot to get together. Ryoko doesn't sound at all apologetic, but Koji decides to just nod expressively. Only a few tables are filled at this hour, like lonely islands in the midst of a vast restaurant. After sending the bleary-eyed waitress away in order for 2 coffees, Koji and Ryoko are left all alone in the corner of the dining area.
So, did you find what you were looking for?
Koji asks bluntly while sipping dutifully from the 3rd cup of watery, tasteless coffee.
Huh. I guess this was back when smoking in restaurants was still allowed. Or maybe it's just a Japanese thing. I mean, I think they did it for a little longer than America did. think I'd...
Wait, I like to think I didn't make you wait for nothing at least. Though I'm still not sure of anything.
I think Fuminori's under a lot of stress. I've left him hanging for a day since I told him I'd call.
Do you really think you have him on edge?
His reaction to the name Saya was very clear.
In the silence that follows, Koji tries to soothe his parched throat with another mouthful of weak coffee. I see. Ryoko mutters, so it is Saya. It's obvious that her grimace isn't for the coffee.
You know, don't you?
Koji asks, his tone almost confrontational.
You know what this Saya is.
Ryoko tries to ignore Koji's question by nursing her coffee, but that only works until the cup is empty. Staring at the brown stain at the bottom of her cup, Ryoko says, her words hard and flat. You were foolish enough to ignore my warning once. But I'm just as stubborn as you, so I'm going to say this one more time. Go home, Tono, and forget everything that's happened.
You really are stubborn.
Koji replies, smiling bitterly instead of glaring at her like he did before.
Are you saying that I still haven't crossed the line separating me from you and Fuminori?
You still haven't seen the most damning part of all this. As far as you're concerned, Ryoko continues with a disparaging smirk. Your best friend in the whole world suddenly went crazy and became a cannibal. That's all this thing is to you, isn't it?
That's all?
The things that Fuminori had done are so horrifying that Koji's only recourse, his only hope of coping, is to kill the man who was once his friend. But despite that, Ryoko makes this nightmare sound like it's just the beginning. Koji still doesn't understand where her morbid cynicism comes from, nor does he want to.
You say there's something more, but aren't you just imagining it?
See, that's how I know your wounds are still shallow. Her brusque tone says that she doesn't care whether or not Koji is satisfied with her explanation. If you back out now, they'll probably heal, given time. You haven't crossed the final line yet. Koji considers Ryoko's words calmly, without letting himself get emotional like before. The final line, true. Fuminori is somewhere beyond that. Although Koji has gone far enough to be willing to kill Fuminori, he still has no intention of eating his enemy's flesh once he's dead. That, at least, still separates the two. Then what about Ryoko, who has been treating Koji like an ignorant fool ever since she saved him from the well? How close is she to Fuminori?
You're saying your wounds are deeper than mine?
In response to Koji's biting question, Ryoko's mocking smile turns inward. This gun was my father's, you know. Ryoko pats one of her duffel bag's bulges. His hunting club kicked him out when he disappeared from his locker. I feel bad about that. My parents were always proud of me. They probably never even suspected that I was the one who took it.
So you had a good reason for taking it?
No, not at all. Her quick denial isn't what Koji was expecting. At the time, the Ogai mess had already ended, at least. That's what I thought. He'd vanished without a trace, and I was sure that I would never see him again. I didn't steal this gun because I needed to shoot someone.
Then why?
Because I couldn't sleep, that's all. Ryoko pauses, perhaps needing time to decide how to best to explain.
Ryoko, you may want to move to America.
Until then, she continues, choosing her words carefully, I was sleeping with a machete next to my bed. I couldn't stand being alone at night, you see. I needed to know no matter what horrors the world might hold, I still had some power against the madness. I needed a weapon I could count on.
Koji doesn't. Oh,
Koji doesn't know what to say. He's amazed, impressed, even that someone with such a serious case of delusional paranoia could function as one of T University's top doctors. It didn't work, though. My nightmares kept on getting worse. A machete just wasn't enough to let me sleep peacefully. That's when I stole my father's gun. By cutting the barrel like this, the shot spreads over a wider area and causes more damage. I hear that even in America, carrying a sawed-off shotgun is a crime. But with this gun sitting in the back of my closet, I was finally able to sleep.
it depends on which state.
One night out of 3, that is. At this point, Ryoko seems to have gotten everything off her chest. Smiling like someone who just finished a hard job, she adds, a gun's a great thing to have, you know. It really is. You can use it to blow your enemies away, and if it doesn't work, you can always stick it in your mouth and just pull the trigger.
Okay, I guess that's an option. Doctor, you need help.
Thanks for the honest opinion. You won't be able to talk like that for much longer, though. Not if you go any further. Koji's already doubtful that meeting with Ryoko was the right thing to do. The one thing that he and Ryoko have in common is an unwillingness to leave Fuminori to the proper authorities. Fuminori not only killed Koji's lover and friend, but even went so far as to defile their corpses. Koji isn't about to give him the chance to get off on an insanity plea. No matter what crimes he must commit, Koji will end Fuminori with his own 2 hands. If he doesn't, he knows that he will never sleep again. It helps to have a partner in crime, but only when that partner doesn't cause trouble. Ryoko talks about exposing Ogai's secrets, but she might just have a head full of delusions. If so, Koji needs to rethink this whole thing.
If you're telling me to leave this to you,
Koji says, with inflappable determination,
then please give me some reason to trust you. Prove to me that there's a reason for you to be so obsessed with Ogai. Show me what he did.
So you're determined to go all the way? Oh well. Ryoko smirks and shakes her head ruefully, but puts no further resistance. She pulls a stack of paper from her bag and hands it to Koji. The loose-leaf sheets are bound with string. After you read one line, it continues onto the same line in the next page. Anyway, just skim it. As directed, Koji looks through the handwritten pages and gives up after less than 3 minutes.
Is this a draft for a horror novel or something? I didn't think Ogai had such childish hobbies.
Koji deliberately scoffs at the document, doing everything he can to show contempt for what he just read. At the same time, he tries desperately not to remember the mountain of bones in Ogai's bathtub and the unidentifiable smell permeating Fuminori's house. The specimens that Ogai brought to the hospital 1 year ago were just as unbelievable, Ryoko says, coldly ignoring Koji's disdain. Apparently, he continued his research in secret, using our supplies without permission. But he made a mistake and was discovered. That's when things got crazy. Judging by the equipment that he was trying to use, he meant to treat his experiment as a P3 level biohazard. To be honest, even that might not have been sufficient for what he was dealing with. We should have evacuated the nearby civilians, but the big shots did their thing and made the whole mess disappear. In exchange, we were left with the task of exterminating every single rat on campus, including the things that used to be rats. At their first meeting, Ryoko brushed Koji off when he asked about Olga Masahiko. Now, however, she's telling the whole story, her voice as flat and emotionless as the machine's. In the end, everyone gave up trying to explain what happened. No one could figure out where his materials had come from or what they were. In retrospect, they did the wise thing. They knew how to keep the line between reality and fantasy where it should be. I, unfortunately, was not so wise. Ryoko pauses for a moment, then grins with self-disdain, so maniacal that it strikes Koji like a blow. I searched everywhere for Ogai, flushed him out, and finally learned what he'd been doing. I found the people he'd been dealing with and who'd encouraged him to perform his experiments. That's when I started sleeping with a machete. I learned just how absurd, how hollow, how worthless our precious reason is. As though fleeing from one quiet insanity that he keeps glimpsing in Ryoko, Koji finds himself paging through the loose leaf in his hands. He reads a line at random.
The organism's flesh is not fibrous, but reticulated. But simply, it is an extremely tough substance that expands and contracts, not in one direction, but in all directions. This means that slashing or piercing damage has very little effect. Since the flesh can contract in any direction freely, any wound will be sealed instantly.
It's nonsense. What else can it be? If he lets himself believe it, then everything else, all the logical rules that define the world, will be rendered meaningless.
Do you believe what's in this, Doctor?
I lost any reason to doubt it a long time ago. Ryoko reaches into her duffel bag again, this time removing a stainless steel thermos that looks to hold about 500 cc's of liquid. This is a secret weapon that'll let us defeat Saya. It was a pain to get, but it should work like a charm.
I can't take this anymore.
Koji snaps, no longer able to disguise his frustration.
I don't care what Saya is. All I care about is killing Fuminori. I can't leave this to you.
I see.
Are there any other people here?
I know, right? Now that she's given up on persuading him, her scent is swift and cold. At this moment, Koji's fate has likely ceased to matter to her. Alright, you do everything you can do to take Sakisaka down. I'll take advantage of the opening you create. I won't get in your way, and I'll even take care of things when you screw up. Despite the determination in her voice, Koji can't bring himself to trust this paranoid doctor completely.
Do you have reason to kill Fuminori?
I like things neat and tidy. I can't stand people like him who lurk outside of the world. They're like cockroaches in your bedroom. Can you sleep with them scuttling underneath your pillow? The moment I find one, I kill it and stamp out all trace of its existence. I have to, for the sake of my mental well-being. Her reasons are similar to Koji's own. He doesn't want to bring a murderer to justice, nor does he want revenge for Omi and Yo. If he did, he could have left everything to the police. The reason he can't is that the villain is Fuminori. The man he believed was his friend had turned his whole world upside down. Everything and everyone with part in this madness is to blame, and that includes himself for allowing the betrayal. His self-loathing, his desire to destroy, is what keeps him on his feet.
Okay, let's move in for the checkmate. Oh, no, that's her.
Okay, let's move in for the checkmate. Go ahead and call Sakisaka out. Koji nods, pulls out his cell phone, and calls his friend for what will probably be the last time. The call goes through quickly. Fuminori must have been waiting for it.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Fuminori. I finished my preparations. Koji, where are you?
Fuminori must have been quite anxious to hear from Koji. His voice is hard and completely emotionless.
Let's just say I'm right behind you.
Koji can't help but smile at Fuminori's disappointment. Perhaps Ryoko's maniacal sadism has rubbed off on him.
Well, have you decided to let Tsukuba go? Yeah, I suppose I have no choice.
He's lying, Koji thinks, remembering the contents of Fuminori's refrigerator.
Just what part of Yo did you eat, huh? Did you carve up carve the poor girl up like a pig? Bring your evidence along with the files you've gathered. When I'm satisfied they're the real thing, I'll hand Yo over. Fine. Where? First, come to Y Station on the O line. When I'm sure you're alone, I'll tell you the exact location. You're being awfully careful. No tricks. You have 45 minutes.
Fuminori hangs up without waiting for Koji's response.
You won't tell me the location until he's sure I'm alone.
Not bad for a medical student. I'm impressed. Ryoko's praise sounds serious, drawing a glare from Koji. We'll leave my car here. Is your trunk big enough for me to fit inside?
Yeah, but are you serious? You've seen too many movies.
This advantage is more dangerous than anything you've seen in a movie.
Adventure.
With those bold words, Ryoko grabs her duffel bag and rises from her seat. Oh, weren't you the one who chose to meet here?
Yeah, why?
Take responsibility for the coffee. She says and tosses him the check. Even after Koji arrives at Y Station as directed, Fuminori calls him and makes him change locations 3 more times. Koji is beginning to doubt that Fuminori is watching. He might just be using the time to guess when Koji arrives at each designated location. Nevertheless, Koji can't let his guard down. Fuminori might choose any moment to make sure that he's alone. If he makes a mistake and puts Fuminori on alert, Ryoko will lose her chance to take him by surprise. She'll just have to put up with the cramped trunk for a little while longer. Riding in the back trunk isn't that bad.
Is it not?
No, it's not bad.
Wait, why have you tried that?
I've had to do that because when moving, it gets too cramped and my parents didn't want to make multiple trips. They're like, okay, we'll put the boxes in the passenger seat, you get in the back. I'm like, okay.
Okay, but like, not
whatever, I can fit back there.
Not the back seat, like the trunk. Like it's
no,
a
like
separate...
the trunk. They're like, eh, you can fit there, right? I'm like, yeah, I guess I can, whatever. Thanks, Mom and Dad.
In one that has no window, like just...
No window, but it was fine.
Okay.
I lived.
Okay, jeez.
After the nature preserve and this dry riverbed, the 4th location to which Fuminori sends Koji is in the thick forest at the top of the foothills, high above the developed area at their base. His car's GPS shows a road that leads nowhere, but according to Fuminori, there should be an old abandoned sanatorium there. The park and river were empty this late at night, but during the day would likely have considerable traffic. This time, however, his instinct is telling him that it's definitely a place that no one could find, not even by accident. It looks like this is the final stop. Koji drives up the steep incline, soon leaving the residential neighborhood behind. Even though the hands of progress are right at its doorstep, the undeveloped forest is darker than he expected. This looks like a great place to live in secret, to kill someone and hide the body. Places like this, lost and forgotten, aren't found only in the deep jungles and hidden valleys. Holes in the world are everywhere, even in the midst of civilization. A broken down gate post.
Old text.
Oh wait, same thing.
Yeah.
And then back to okay. After grabbing his new flashlight from the glove compartment and checking that the revolver is still in his pocket, Koji opens the door, making sure to pop the trunk at exactly the same time. Ryoko shouldn't need any more explanation than that. Realizing that the interior roof light will stay on in the broadcast that the trunk isn't closed, Koji quickly unscrews the bulb, and then gets out of the car and deliberately slams the driver's side door hard. Wait, you can do that?
In older cars.
Yeah, because the lights that I'm thinking of are the ones that you push, like boop.
Yeah.
They're not off.
Nope. Or old text. Oh.
Glancing sidelong at the rear of his car, Koji sees no movement inside the barely open trunk. Ryoko knows what she's doing. She'll probably wait until Fuminori's attention is focused on Koji before making her move.
I give this game credit for actually putting individual lines of text as read or not, rather than making them entirely separate scenes with identical dialogue, like Fate did.
Mm-hmm. When he reaches the gaping doorless entrance to the building, Koji glances back the way he came. His car, parked at the gate, is hidden behind the mountains of trash. Even if Fuminori is watching from inside the sanatorium, he shouldn't be able to see Ryoko crawl out of the trunk. It looks like she'll get her chance to take him by surprise.
The organism's flesh freely expands in a manner that renders piercing damage meaningless.
He knows how to shoot at the body. He's not gonna waste his bullets.
Yeah.
Good job, Koji. Koji grits his teeth and forces the madman's words out of his head. What good can come of taking them seriously? This isn't the time for such useless...
Oh, okay. More old. Oh, we wasted the bullets.
Really? You're still using your gun?
Yep.
Koji! Koji, my boy, you're thinking about it. You still haven't seen the most damning part of all this. Ryoko's voice plays back in his head, and at last he knows how merciful her warning was. Now that his eyes are open as hers, he's able to laugh in contempt at his own foolishness.
Okay, fight.
Back to the fight. Koji is certain that this is the end, but as his vision begins to dim, an explosion brings him back to his senses.
Oh, yeah, I knew this was going to be the diversion point.
Yeah! With a horrifying inhuman scream, the creature releases Koji and retracts its tentacles. The first thing he sees after regaining his mobility is Ryoko running down the hall with a smoking shotgun in one hand and a silver tube in the other.
Doctor.
Ryoko responds by tossing in the tube. Though still lying on the floor, he manages to catch it out of the air. It is a thermos she showed him at the restaurant, the one she called her secret weapon. Pour it on the thing. Ryoko calls out to Koji. At the same time, she aims her gun at Fuminori, who's still on his knees 5 paces away. The double-barreled shotgun still has one shot loaded. The monster that attacked Koji is writhing in agony. It hasn't yet recovered from Ryoko's shot. But he has already seen that bullets are enough to kill these creatures. Now is his only chance.
What are you doing?
Fuminori growls, gritting his teeth against the pain of his broken ribs. Forcing himself to be calm, Koji stands and carefully unscrews the lid of the thermos. There's no question in his mind that something extremely potent is inside. I'm guessing acid.
Yeah, some kind of acid.
As soon as it is unsealed, a thick white mist pours... Or never mind.
Oh, it's dry ice. Okay.
A thick white mist pours out of the thermos, and the surrounding air turns freezing cold. Instantly guessing what's inside, Koji lobs the thermos inside the pile of flesh, convulsing on the floor. The thermos sails through the air, spewing white fog, and like a baptismal font, showers its liquid contents upon the hellish creature. Its scream this time is incomparable to before. The monster thrashes in agony, breathes in white smoke. Its screams are joined by Ryoko's cackling.
Sorry.
That minus 197 degrees. You fucking monster. How's it feel? Cold? Hot? Not so tough now, are you? Perhaps the joy of vanquishing her nightmare was worth the last remnants of her sanity. The manic glee blazing in her eyes can belong only to a shattered mind.
Monsters, I'll kill you.
Fuminori staggers to his feet, roaring black curses. His rage seems to have drowned out the pain of his broken bones.
What do you think her getting hit with dry ice looks like to him?
From his point of view, I bet it looks like she's melting. Ryoko is not one to underestimate the threat posed by his axe. Her mad laughter fades away, leaving only a cold smile. She pulls the trigger. With a short burst of dark flame, Ryoko's gun sputters and dies. Shh! Ryoko is not an expert in firearms, however, it never occurred to her that shotgun shells need proper storage. Oof. And besides, she always expected that any situation where her gun would be necessary would also be one that she would not survive. Cursing in her anger and dismay, Ryoko breaks the shotgun open and awkwardly pulls the dud out. Meanwhile, Fuminori stalks towards her like a vengeful demon, the head of his axe screeching as it drags along the floor.
I have to stop him.
Koji tries to charge Fuminori, but only succeeds at sending him sprawling. One of his shoes is stuck to the floor, frozen by the liquid nitrogen. As Ryoko fumbles in her pocket for a new shell, Fuminori closes the distance and raises his axe in both hands.
Damn.
Koji curses and rips his shoe free from the frozen concrete, but he knows that he'll never make it in time. Ryoko thrusts a new shell into the chamber of her shotgun and snaps it close and then looks up to find her target. Fuminori is right before her, too close to evade, and his axe is already crashing down with the wind howling in its wake.
Stop.
The sound of bone shattering, tendons snapping, and flesh tearing blend together in foul harmony.
Gah.
Duh. The thick blade enters through Ryoko's left shoulder, plowing through her collarbone and shoulder blade, smashing several ribs and popping her lung like a balloon before stopping in the center of her chest. Her expression frozen by shock by the impact, she sprays a geyser of blood from her mouth. She should have died instantly, but through some unimaginable force of will, Ryoko clings to life for a few seconds more. Breathing through blood-stained lips, she raises her shotgun. Not to the front, but to the side. Beyond the barrel of her gun, wearing the 77-degree Kelvin mist, like a white cloak of death, is the weakly wriggling Saya.
No.
Fuminori screams, vanishes into the roar of the shotgun. The destruction is absolute. The impact of the shotgun pellets obliterates the half of Saya's body that fell prey to the liquid nitrogen. The frozen particles of Saya's shattered flesh drip to the floor like snow. Even the creature's special biology is insufficient to seal a wound of this size. From the opening pour its internal organs, a tide of liquid slime and fat, whose color is too foul to belong to any living creature. The monster convulses, wailing in a weak, pitiful voice.
Saya.
With his axe still buried in Ryoko's body, Fuminori stares at the dying creature, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Koji grabs his pipe and prepares to attack Fuminori from behind, but freezes when he sees the emptiness on the face of the man he hated. Fuminori pulls his axe out of Ryoko's corpse, then looks at Koji with glazed eyes. There is no recognition in them, nor hate nor rage. When Koji meets Fuminori's blank stare, he knows. There is nothing left in him to kill. Fuminori grips the axe closer to its head and raises it high, the blade towards his face. Koji doesn't know whether he should interfere, but even if he wanted to, what could he say to stop Fuminori? Fuminori pulls his head back slowly, then drives his face into the blade of the axe like a spring-loaded toy. Crunch! The skull caves in with a dull, wet sound, and the spray of blood catches Koji in the face. Despite Fuminori's utter lack of hesitation, his first attempt at suicide succeeds only in transforming his face into a hash of crimson. Fuminori pulls his head back one more time, even slower than before. Then, with every ounce of strength still left in his body, he slams into the blood-stained axe. The sound is wetter than before. Fuminori's body goes limp, then tumbles face first to the floor. Koji stares at the two mangled corpses for a while. He feels completely left behind, like he can't remember why he's standing in this place with a steel pipe in his hand. The stale air filling the ruined building becomes choked with a stench of blood, and the crimson puddles gradually spread across the snow-covered floor. Yet the tranquility of the scene makes it seem like a painting. A soft, slimy sound breaks the silence. Koji looks at the mortally wounded monster. The creature's on death's door, but even so it moves. Slowly, feebly, it drags its broken body through the sea of blood. It's coming for Fuminori. Koji had forgotten his anger, but now it comes surging back at full force.
Die.
He growls and stabs the monster with the end of the pipe. It convulses in agony but keeps crawling towards Fuminori. Koji explodes into a frenzy of rage.
Die, you monster. Just die already. But it went too fast. Huh?
Again and again.
Yeah. Die, you monster. Just die already. Stay the hell away from him.
Again and again, he smashes a helpless flesh piece with a pipe. Something tells him that if he does not stop it here, he will truly have lost. The monster, however, never succumbs. It struggles underneath his blows, until finally it reaches Fuminori's corpse.
Don't touch him. Don't touch him, damn you. What gives you the right?
Koji keeps swinging, his fury unabated, even as tears start to pool in his eyes. The monster's slime flies through the air, joining with the blood already covering his face. The creature extends one thin, trembling tentacle to touch Fuminori's shoulder, then lovingly caresses his blood-stained cheek. And then it stops moving. Even in its final moments, the monster would not let Fuminori go. It died joined with them. At last, Koji knows that the world he loved is gone forever. Hey, Omi says enthusiastically, the exposed bone of her face clattering. Why don't we go somewhere we can skate for this year's ski trip? Chunks of her body are missing, as though something has been nibbling on her. It makes her look like a lot thinner. She's been worried about her weight recently, but now she shouldn't need to diet.
What the heck?
Oh?
Still third person.
What is this?
Yeah.
Fuminori laughs at Omi's crazy suggestion.
That's right, you just started skating recently, didn't you?
He sounds amused, but it's hard to tell from his expression since his face has been cleaved in two by an axe.
Not many people start skating in their 20s, you know.
I was scared when I was little. Those shoes look like big knives.
Yeah, I know. If someone kicked you in the face with one of those, you'd probably end up like me.
Omi and Yo laugh at Fuminori's dumb joke. Yo never used to laugh with such exuberance. She seems truly happy now that she and Fuminori are officially together. But you were able to kill him on your first try? That's amazing, Omi! It's a lot like playing baseball. You swing hard and let the weight of the axe do the damage.
Still her, I
You
think.
made killing him sound so easy. I figured I'd give it a try, and it was fun. What is this feeling? Something is wrong, even though Koji can't put his finger on what. Oh, well, I want to try eating Omi too. Ah, that's it. When he sees Yo's envious smile, Koji finally realizes what's bothering him.
Hey, Tsukuba.
What's wrong?
Why are you normal?
Yo tilts her head quizzically, like she doesn't understand what he means. Normal? I'm always normal.
But back then you were...
Oh, I get it. Yo nods in understanding. You're talking about when I looked different from you? That was such a long time ago.
It Was?
Of course, she replies, deflecting Koji's confusion with an uncannily cheerful smile. After all, you're one of us now. Oh, of course. Koji looks down and is satisfied to see wriggling tentacles where his arms and legs should be. When he opens his eyes, his mattress and pillow are soaked in sweat. It's always the same nightmare. He doesn't know how many times he's had it, but at least he's not leaping out of bed screaming anymore. He sits up, clutching his throbbing head. It's 4 in the morning. He hadn't had nearly enough rest, but he probably won't be able to get back to sleep tonight. Time for a smoke. A full pack will last him until dawn. Now, where did he put the pack he bought yesterday? Koji wanders sleepily into the den, where yet another old friend is waiting for him. You look like hell.
Doctor, you're here too?
Ryoko's chopped up corpse is sitting at his dining table, looking as deathly pale as ever as she sips coffee from a mug. You can't be getting much sleep, tossing and turning like that every night.
It's not always like this.
Koji says amicably as he sits down across from her.
If I take some pills, it usually helps, for now.
Hallucinations like these are a lot easier to deal with than elaborate nightmares like the one he just had. They should probably worry him more, though. If you listened to my warnings back then, you wouldn't be in such bad shape now.
Let's stop talking about that. What's done is done.
Ryoko chuckles, smiling the same cruel, manic smile that she used to when she was alive. Her left arm hangs from her half-severed shoulder, dangling like a forgotten wind chime. Sounds like you've come to terms with it.
You were the same, weren't you? You managed to pass yourself off as an elite neurosurgeon most of the time.
It's not that hard keeping up appearances when you have to. The corpse shrugs her intact right shoulder and grimaces in disgust as she takes another sip of her coffee. But it's only going to get worse, you know. Time heals emotional wounds, but with you, it's more like you've been poisoned. She's probably right. Everyone dreams at night, no matter how dim the memories may get. The nightmares will always be there to tear into Koji with fresh fangs. The insanity that has taken root in his heart will grow, eventually consuming everything that's left inside of him.
In my case, I've had... Wait. In my case, I've had you to learn from. I'm ready for anything.
Is that so? Koji nods, smiling confidently, then stands and walks to the bathroom, where he retrieves the weapon that he keeps hidden behind the mirror. Olgai's revolver, the one souvenir that Koji brought back from the other world that night.
It was tough, but I finally found someone who deals with in these things. I bought bullets for it. Can you believe the ammunition is more expensive than the gun itself?
About that. In the mirror, Koji sees Ryoko with her axe-inflicted gash reversed. She raises her mug in toast to Koji's resourcefulness.
So
how many shots did you buy?
Just one.
This time, it's Koji who shrugs his shoulders. He uses both, exercising his privilege as a survivor.
I don't know if you can buy just one. You see, I never wanted to be in a situation where I'll need more.
Oh? The corpse in the mirror nods sagely, her smile approving. You really do get it. There is a brief silence. Koji doesn't really feel like getting all melancholy with a dead woman.
Hey, doctor, let's give the diner or coffee a rest. If you want, I'll put on a new pot of...
When Koji turns around halfway through his sentence, he realizes that the room is empty, but for the silence of the night. And so, Koji returns to the world of the sane. He lights his first cigarette of the night and takes a deep drag. While sitting alone in the den, puffing on his smoke, He stares at the gun in his hand. He knows just how precarious a cliff he's standing on. The final line of which Ryoko spoke is now one step behind him. Koji no longer has anything to protect his soul. Now that Ogai Masahiko's fantasies and Tanbo Ryoko's illusions have all become tangible horrors, he knows what insanity and despair truly are. Back in the real world, Sakisaka Fuminori is wanted for several gruesome murders. It didn't take long for someone to discover the stockpiles of human meat in the empty Sakisaka and Suzumi homes. In the 2 refrigerators were found the remains of Suzumi Yosuke, his wife and daughter, and Takahata Omi. They found the clothes of the other and other effects of Tsukuba Yo, but were unable to locate any trace of her among the various body parts, a fact that made Koji's nightmares all the more vivid. Dr. Tambo Ryoko of T University Hospital vanished mysteriously around the same time. Because she was Fuminori's chief physician, the police have been investigating her connection to his crimes. As for the 2 corpses secretly buried in the backyard of a certain ruin, well, they'll probably never be found, and this incident will become just another cold case. Koji alone knows what really happened, and he has no intention of revealing it, not now and not ever. Ogai's writings were not nonsense, which means that everything else was. What fool was it who said that men are the lords of creation? Those who can believe in paltry things like human wisdom and valor, are those lucky innocents who have not looked into the abyss. Koji can no longer share in their blessed ignorance. He knows he has been defiled by the insanity called truth, and he will never believe again. If he has been poisoned as Ryoko's ghost said, then that poison is none other than the truth itself. Just as pure oxygen is harmful to the body, the naked truth has the power to destroy men's minds. Only by diluting it with lies and taking it in small doses can humans maintain a healthy soul.
No matter what horrors the world might hold.
Words once spoken by the living Tanbo Ryoko passed through Koji's mind.
So it's her.
I still had some power against the madness. That without a doubt was the comfort that she kept hidden in her bosom, the one thing that allowed her to face her dreams each night. Koji has taken his predecessor's lessons to heart. He's prepared for anything. One bullet is always behind the bathroom mirror, promising him salvation.
Well,
so Koji's alive, then?
In this timeline.
In this timeline, he truly is the main character. Literally the one survivor.
Yeah, so there were only 2 choices in the game, so that was the whole thing. Which ending did you think was best?
I kind of like the Koji's alive one. He got all his friends in his dreams.
Yeah, but it's kind of a nightmare. I mean, you kind of feel for Saya in the previous one, but I mean, she is kind of a threat to the world, so.
I feel like the happiest one is the first one we got.
Oh yeah, it's just Fuminori locked up for life.
I expected more Fuminori from the endings, though.
Yeah. Now, there is one little mystery. Where did the censor screen come from? Because it didn't appear anywhere in this game.
Is it from the Steam version that's like PG-13?
Nope. It's actually from a game I gifted you a while ago. Nitro Plus Blasters, Heroine's Infinite Duel. Saya's a playable character in that game.
Oh!
And if you got a little more time, I wanted to just try checking it out briefly.
Okay.
Let me get it booted up. Just take a second here. I've got it installed already, so... This might get a little wonky on OBS, so bear with me for a minute. And let me get your screen share up. Again, this might get a little weird, so hopefully it just works. Where? Okay. All right. So let's just take a second. Might not show up right away, but. All right, do you see it?
I'm amazed Saya's in there.
Yep. Do you see the game yet, Misaki?
Yeah, I see the game.
Okay, good. Yeah, so let me just make sure I got the options set. Let me turn my mouse off. Okay. Turn that down to easy, 1 round. Okay. Also, Saber's in this game.
Wow.
So, Saya and Saber have actually met before. What kind of colors we got here? No, it's a lot of colors. Man, there's also the support characters. Let's see if there's anyone we recognize. Yeah, I don't know most of these characters, actually. Oh, there's Sonico, of course. Oh, Angela from, what was it? I forget, I'm blanking on the name. It was a movie that... God damn it. I know her, but I've seen the movie, but I forget the name of it. Akane from Psycho Pass. Amy from, again, blanking on the name. God damn it. Or Gargantia, that was it. Yeah. And then Yuki from School Live. Do you recognize any of these?
Really?
No? Okay. School Live is fun. It's
Oh wait, that's the only one I recognize, Gakko Gurashi. Because I love how the opening kept on changing.
Oh yeah.
Just every so slightly.
I think this is just the arcade mode story. Everyone's got the same little thing here.
The world's all squishy, huh?
Yep. I guess this is after the true ending.
Mumble, there's nothing left to eat. Fuminori, I'm a little cold. Why don't you come lay down with me, Fuminori? Huh? What happened to me? I mean, where is this? I don't remember anything. For now, let's get going. Let's go look for Fuminori.
The problem is since it's Nitro Plus, that means I think most of these are visual novels, many of which never got localized. So, if I remember correctly, Ethica here is actually from a game that wasn't even out yet when this game came out. Like it was, she was here to promote a new game.
Oh wow.
So this is what I meant when I got spoiled on Saya being a monster. Yeah, her moveset here is just pure spoilers.
Oh yeah, that is definitely spoiler.
Of course, when you see her, like, there's kind of something suspicious about her being normal in this world full of disgusting flesh monsters. So, let's see if I can pull off her ultimate. Okay. I think I gotta do it from the other side. Come on. There it is. Oh, no. It's got a very short range, so... Alright, let's fight. Oh, wait, yeah, I got the supports here.
Wow, you can actually summon the zombies.
Yeah.
You want to be my friend too? Anytime. Excuse me, by any chance, are you in trouble right now? I mean, possibly. Sorry to intrude.
You know Supersonico at least, right?
I know she's a popular character. I don't know who she is, though.
I mean, she is just a mascot for Nitro Plus. She does have her own anime and a couple of games, I think, but...
Because, yeah, I've seen people with lots of her merch.
Yeah.
I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Supersonico. I'm handing out these D-phones to anyone in trouble in case of emergency.
She was actually also a first-generation VTuber. She had her own channel for a little bit. She did, like, pre-recorded videos like Kiz and I used to do.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, I won't go too much into the story here, but... Let's focus on the stuff that's relevant to Saya. So I remember when I first played this game on PS4, I would use the... I didn't have a capture card back then, so I had to use the built-in share feature to record stuff, and for whatever reason it blocked this. Some games could have scenes restricted from using the share feature, and this game's entire story was blocked, so I couldn't record it for YouTube like I wanted to. Because aside from the arcade mode, there's like a full-on story that I think is like an adaptation of an H.P. Lovecraft story, but with these girls filling in the roles. It's pretty cool.
Who dat?
She's from Demon Bane, I think. It's a mecha series. I think she has connections to Lovecraft stuff too. I'm not totally sure though. Oh, yep, Necronomicon. Yeah, I might be misremembering, but I think she is like literally the Necronomicon itself. I think
I like how her name's Al.
Oh yeah. I think I tried watching a couple episodes of it a while back, like after I played this game. I didn't finish it though. Damn it. It's literally you have to be right on top of them or it doesn't work.
てっきりショゴスかさもなくば外務名車かと思ったのだが記録が混乱していたようだ。名もなき低級魔よ。
サヤはそんなものじゃないの？でもあなたいろいろなこと知ってるんだね。
我が名は魔物の方向。夜の魔物のことであれば知らぬことなど何一つ存在せぬわ。
あ、こんなことしてる場合じゃなかった。海のりを探さなきゃ。私もう行くね。Do you think Fuminori would see most of them as regular girls or as monsters?
I imagine he'd see Al as normal, but the rest would probably be monsters. Okay, maybe if she's
I mean, that girl just came in as a spider,
yeah,
so.
so good point. The input for the ultimate is a little hard to pull off. Come on. There we go. $100 hits. Meat turned into metal. Oh yeah, I think she's supposed to be like an evil version of Al. Like, she's original to this game, but I guess Al's like a more important character as far as the game's plot is concerned, anyway. She's just looking for Fumidori, and she's over here being all chunibyo.
Fuminori really should have gotten Saya a cell phone. Then she would have never gotten lost like this.
Nope.
喉が渇いた時には血を飲むのもいいけど、私は吸血鬼を駆り立てるもの。あれ、もうおしまいなの？あなたがキメラバンプなら話は違ったのだけど。釈然としないけど、謝ってくれたから許してあげる。半分は人で、半
Oh, this is actually one of Sonico's friends, or co-workers at least. Oh yeah, for some reason, if the CPU also has a the same support as you, yours gets palette swapped and not theirs.
Ooh.
As I noticed, Amy was blue just now. Oh, is she gonna eat her? Wait, she does have a cell phone?
Oh, yeah, that D phone thing that Sonic gave her.
Oh yeah. Ah, okay, so, yeah, that's the plot of this game for the arcade mode anyway. Yeah. Oh, Saber.
Saber!
Filling our fake quota for this series. This is specifically Fate Zero Saber, so...
Oh, that's why she starts off in a suit then.
Yep.
全然
That's it's arriving here anyway.
嘘はついていない
So she's not lying.
人ならざる者に改めて比例をお詫びするよく来たな異界よりまかれた種子よだからサヤにはサヤって名前があるんだってばあれその通り
If I remember correctly, Saber doesn't recognize the Necronomicon when it comes up, when you do her story. Which I guess makes sense at the time, but I feel like FGO Saber would probably know it.
前よりも強そうだね
Just because of all the Lovecraft stuff they got to introduce later.
嘆き怒りのすべてわ我らはアルアジフエクスモルテス死者の掟にして死者の名前を告げる者滅びたいなら勝手に滅んでよサヤはね海のりに会いたいの哀れな異界の生き物よ砂漠の花よ
Oh, hey, they brought up the flower in a desert metaphor.
ぬくもりを求める哀れなんかじゃない海のりは私を愛してくれたそれだけで是非もなし来い継ぎはぎの世界を破壊す我は死者の掟我は魔の本性を暴く者夜に吠える魔物の声を聞け Get ready!
I remember her being a particularly tough boss, but I am playing on the lowest difficulty, so it should be fine. It's always a thing in fighting games where the boss is like 2 difficulty levels higher than the rest of the story.
And send it into the final boss.
Yeah. I love her backing away, Sprite, just walking like this. Damn it, I had to finish it with that. Alright, good zombie. That.
Everyone's just lying down now.
Yeah.
見事だインフィニットブラスターズよ果てしない戦いにあって我らの勇気や知恵よりもその光り輝く愚かしさこそが愛おしいのだああジグソーが消えてゆく善が一に一が善
Well, where's Fuminori?
先ほどアサイラムさんからご連絡がありましてとんでもないことが起こっていたようなのですがご無事で本当に良かったですアサイラムさんは邪神およびその関係者さんによる災害を防ぐことを目的
A medical institution trying to prevent disasters by evil gods.
この度は医療機関アサイラムのサービスをご利用いただきありがとうございましたああこれレンタルだったんだはいどうぞでこれからどうなるのアサイラムのお医者さんがおっしゃるにはすぐに何もかも元通りになるそうです元通りか結局何だったのかよくわからないやあ、来た来たここに来た時のあの変な感覚 じゃあね。よいしょっと。
Oh, and there it is. Saya, I was so worried. You didn't come back for 3 days.
ただいま、海のり。ちょっ
Buddy?
と遠出してたの。
For a bit, sorry to make you worry. That was 3 days? I wonder how long I was in that world.
That world. Where'd you go?
私もよくわかん
I
ない。
don't know, but I learned a lot of things. I can make you even more happy.
I'm just happy to have you back. You're all I have.
ねえねえ、海のり。
Hey, Fuminori?
どこが欲し
I
い？
want a big refrigerator, big enough for you to lift.
ちゃうくらい。
I have something in mind. We need to keep stock so that you can eat well.
Big enough for you to fit, it said.
栄養をつけなきゃだから
Yeah.
お肉をた
Okay, if that's what you need, I'll get it right away. It's not like I'm using all this money anyway.
ありがとう。
Thank you. And I want it.
欲しいな。
Oh. It's been 3 days since the last time, so can I get 3 days worth, please?
Saya, I was going crazy without you too. I don't know if I can please you that much at once, but I'll try.
やったー。嬉しい。
Yay.
待ってて
I'm so happy. Okay, just wait, my darling Fuminori. I'll give you the world. Well, I did not I mean, no, I should have expected that.
Yep.
They've been going at it like that in the
Yeah.
game. So, of course, as soon as she comes back, she's like, hey boy.
What was this game rated again? Let me... Oh, these credits are long, jeez.
やっと。
No, I think this is unlocking the main story mode. You gotta play through arcade mode at least once to get it. Because this is my first time playing the PC version. I had to have a complete save on PS4.
寄せ集めてかき集め続け三神器の一つ。ああ、なんて素晴らしいんだろう。時に大事なものを失い、その方向こそ眠れる姫君に送る王子様のキスだ。最強の蘇生術、まるで広い、まるでヒーロー。小娘みたいに憧れてしまうよ。残る神器は二つ。最極の空気を抜け、キュキッせっせ。ゲームオーバー。
Okay. Yeah. Alright. Okay, that's it for that. Wait. Where's my mouse? Hello? Mouse? Oh, I have to turn the mouse off, right? I forgot. What the... Oh, stop. Trying to look up what this game was rated. Let me just pull it up on GameFAQs. Yeah, it's rated T, so... Even in the C-rated game, they were able to slip that in.
It was, yeah, it seemed innocent enough.
I mean, I actually remember that line from when I first played this. Even back then, I could tell, like, oh, they're doing that, huh?
It could be 3 days worth of food. It could be 3 days worth of hugs.
All right, yeah. So that was Song of Saya and Saya's story in Nitro Plus Blasters. That's and that's a nice little short little game to just take a quick break from the Fate stuff. All right, so thanks for watching, everyone. We will be back next week to start Witch on the Holy Night, our final Type Moon visual novel. And if you've never seen it before, you're in for a treat because it is by far the best looking visual novel I've ever seen. It's just breathtaking. So, yeah, see you all next week.